You want to take over?
Can you hear me? Good evening. My name is Dustin Smith, Senior Project Engineer with City of Lawrence Municipal Services and Operations. This meeting of the Multi-modal Transportation Commission is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and Public Access Channel 25. During the meeting, please mute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon found on the lower left-hand side of the Zoom menu, next to the video icon. When you are muted, a red line will appear over the icon. Muting your microphone during the meeting will make it easier for everyone to hear. You'll just have to remember to unmute if and when you want to speak. In some cases, we may mute or unmute people as needed. Each time you speak, please remember to state your name and title for the benefit of those listening remotely. In the menu, you can also turn your camera on or off by clicking the video icon. For the purposes of this public meeting, please keep your video on during the meeting. If you are participating by phone, you can click *6 to unmute your phone. For those using Zoom, on your screen you will see a choice to toggle between speaker and gallery view. Speaker view shows the active speaker. Gallery view tiles all the meeting participants. With that, I will turn the meeting over to the chair.
We lost Nick. Commissioner Kuzmyak, are you there? Were you? I can't
No, he's there.
I can't hear him.
I think he was finishing a sandwich. Yeah, I don't hear him either.
We're having some audio problems. Can you guys hear me? Yes? We can't hear you, Nick.
I don't think we can hear anybody.
Anyone heard me?
I don't think we can hear any of them.
Yeah, I haven't heard anybody yet. What color is the hockey puck, red or blue?
It's neither.
It's no color.
It's red.
Red now.
Now it's red.
Oh shit, Dustin has to be dialed into the meeting.
Oh no, that's the speaker too.
Yeah, exactly. Dustin has to dial in.
From
There.
This-
Yeah,
from-
just log into the meeting, it'll work. Just open up Zoom and be Dustin and it should work. And it'll say like join with computer audio, the camera should turn on.
It should be, yeah. So could they hear us?
Probably not.
Can we get a thumbs
They,
up?
well, I had my, yeah, I think they could.
Okay.
Yep, join with audio, perfect.
Oh,
Oh, Dave has to let you in.
what was that other setting we had to do?
No, it's good. It's cool. I got it. I can see you. Okay, this is
There we
all
go.
better.
Test. Oh, it's lighting up now.
Oh, there we go. Now we got blue.
Yeah, if you can blow that window up all the way, Dustin, unless you need that monitor. Or just throw it on the other monitor. Perfect. Okay, it's looking a lot better, or sounding better.
All right, can you guys hear us?
Yep.
All right, great. We can
You
hear
hear
you.
us?
Yeah, we're gonna start. We're gonna start from the beginning.
Okay. So, yeah, welcome everybody to the August 3rd study session of the Multi-modal Transportation Commission. I think we are mostly here for people who I know are going to be here. So, I guess really we'll just turn it over to Adam.
Hey, Commissioner Kuzmyak, before we get started, were you guys able to hear our introduction?
What?
Dustin
Oh,
earlier?
you mean like the logistics introduction?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Okay.
We didn't hear that.
All right. We'll start from there, and then we'll take roll call, and then we'll turn it over to Adam.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Dustin Smith, Senior Project Engineer with the City of Lawrence Municipal Services and Operations. This meeting of the Multi-modal Transportation Commission is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and public access cable channel 25. During the meeting, please mute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon found on the lower left-hand side of the Zoom menu next to the video icon. When you are muted, a red line will appear over the icon. Muting your microphone during the meeting will make it easier for everyone to hear. You'll just have to remember to unmute if and when you want to speak. In some cases, we may mute or unmute people as needed. Each time you speak, please remember to state your name and title for the benefit of those listening remotely. In the menu, you can also turn your camera on or off by clicking the video icon. For the purposes of this meeting, please keep your video on during the meeting. If you are participating by phone, you can click *6 to unmute your phone. For those using Zoom, on your screen you will see a choice to toggle between speaker and gallery view. Speaker view shows the active speaker. Gallery view tiles all the meeting participants. With that, I will turn the meeting over to the chair.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Dustin. I guess let's start with the roll call then. I feel like we haven't quite established, is this something that I need to call, or is this something that Allie will call, or who?
Yeah, Allie's taking roll.
Good. All right. In that case, take it away.
Awesome. All right. Allie Weems, MSO. So once you hear your name, please indicate that you're here. Nick Kuzmyak,
Here.
John Ziegelmeyer,
Here.
Aaron Payton, she's here. Lauren Freeman,
Here.
Catherine Schartz, Charlie Bryan,
Here.
Donna Holteen.
Here.
Steve Evans is absent tonight,
Yes.
and Carol Bowen.
Here.
All right.
Good?
In that case, not really much for me to do here. I'm just going to turn it over to Adam to get an update on the Lawrence Transit bus hub, and I guess just Lawrence Transit in general. So take it away.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you for the invitation to talk with you all. I might take just a couple minutes and introduce myself. I know several of you on the call. We worked together from the Ed Bike Issues Task Force and in other capacities, but for those of you I don't know, my name is Adam Weigel, and I started back with the city just over 4 months ago now, mid-March, right when everything changed a lot for all of us. A couple years prior to that, I've been in DC working as pedestrian and bike coordinator for a county up there, as well as for a transportation consulting firm that did a lot of transit work. Before that, I was in Lawrence for 12 years, and a couple years of those I worked in Topeka for Topeka Metro as their director of planning for that transit agency. So that's just a brief background for those of you who don't know me, and kind of set the expectation for me not being here for too long, trying to get my feet under me a little bit. So the things I'll walk through tonight, I'll ask for a little bit of grace as I've, through COVID response and all of that, I've transit transfer facility and bus stop amenities have been priorities on the list, but there are a lot of things that are priorities on the list. So I hope to give you some good information tonight to at least get us a common understanding of where we're at. But if there's holes that you notice or things that you don't understand, feel free to jump in, and I can absolutely follow up on those sorts of things. So with a couple of topics, was there a preference by the commission if we start with the transfer facility or bus stops? Seeing none, I'll probably jump into the transfer facility. So let me share my screen. Okay. So putting together this presentation was a lesson in history for me. I was in town for much of the studies and different pieces of this transfer center project for the last 10 years. But for the sake of our group, I'll kind of take us through how I understand the main components of that. We'll look at some of the legal agreements that have to occur between the city and KU for this project, how the project management will occur. There's a joint coordinating committee that we can talk about the role of that group. I have a general timeline for what I'm looking at. Some of that is pretty early, so we'll have to see as we go through the project. We'll get to a very high-level draft scope of work. It's my hope and intent that pretty early on in this process, we can set community expectations for timeline and what kind of things will be involved in this process, when people will have the opportunity to be involved with public engagement and that sort of thing. We'll talk through that and looking towards kind of what's on the immediate horizon for the next things that we need to do. So I dislike slides with this much text on them, but there's a lot that has happened over the last 10 years in regards to transfer center development. So I'll walk through just briefly what we're looking at here, going back to the inception of Lawrence Transit when bus transfers, majority of bus transfers were occurring at 9th and Massachusetts. In August of 2010, there was a temporary move away from that location. I'll do temporary in air quotes. There was a facility being built at 9th and New Hampshire that caused the buses to need to move. So there was an evaluation of potential transfers at the depot over off 7th Street. And for a few different reasons, mostly space constraints, I believe, decided against that location for a more permanent transfer area. In 2012, there was an RFP put out for the transit center location analysis. Shortly after that, there was a proposal to move in a temporary way transfers to the 800 block of Vermont. I believe was approved at the time, and then the next year in 2013, there was concerns about that 800 block of Vermont. So evaluation of 700 block of Vermont, which is where buses do a majority of their transfers today, across the street from the library. In 2014, there was in response to that 2012 RFP, there was a transfer center location analysis completed by Olson. That resulted in a couple of possible options. 9th and Rockledge behind just west of the Merck, as well as 21st and Iowa area. A couple years later, the city and KU worked together to submit a Tiger Grant application, the intent to put a facility at Lot 90, just west of the Student Rec Center. That particular application did not receive funding. A couple years later, an additional transfer center location analysis, this time by Trans Systems. That analysis ended with the recommendation to look at facility at 20th and Stewart, so very near that 21st and Iowa site that had come out of the previous study, as well as some just additional improvements at 7th and Vermont to make that a safer area. Later that year, Lawrence Transit and KU on Wheels were working together and decided that perhaps the Bob Billings and Crestline location would be a better spot for this type of transfer center. So in March of 2019, that was taken to PTAC to approve further exploring and studying that particular site. And just recently, within the last month, we've received a signed MOU back from KU that will allow us to have access to the site, begin any studies that we're interested in moving forward on. So that's a lot. I promise no more text-heavy slides like this, but we had to get through that. So considering some of the legal agreements and approvals that need to occur through this process, as I mentioned, have that initial MOU that was recently signed. We'll talk a little more about the Joint Coordinating Committee's role, but that is a technical committee that in large part is helping us move towards an eventual land use agreement between the city and KU to define what happens on that property, zoning wise and all of that. There will be a number of approvals needed as well through the city and university, as well as through the state, given that that's KU property. And we'll want to coordinate anything we do with KU master plan. There's some specific kind of aesthetics and gateway to campus, visuals they'll be interested in incorporating through this project. As far as project management, so the city has set this up to essentially have a scenario where we almost have, you might call MSO our internal consulting firm. So Gary Reinheimer is the senior project engineer who will be the project manager of this project. I and Lawrence Transit are essentially his client, so he'll be helping guide us through this process. As opposed to, in the past, I think they've had department heads lead major construction projects like this. And that one would just be a real strain on, my position, also trying to keep the current transit system going, but also just my level of expertise is not in construction design management. So that wheelhouse will be with Gary, and he'll be helping lead us through this. The Joint Coordinating Committee is something that was called out in the MOU that was recently signed as a body that that needs to be established between the city and KU. I'll lay out their role in comparison to some of the steering committees that will happen through this project, but in general, you can consider the Joint Coordinating Committee more of a technical group, not necessarily a place where there's going to be public engagement and discussions about facility design or route design or any of that. This group is more focused on making sure we get the legal agreements we need, the approvals that we need at the various levels of government and organizations. That is that group's role. This is very much an estimated timeline. So this, we're looking at a few different elements of this project. And I think, as I've reviewed material, it has looked and felt to me like the process had been lined out to be, okay, we know we need a facility, let's build something on this site, and then let's figure out how to serve it. I'm proposing that we flip that discussion a little bit, and in my head, we know what site we're looking at. So there's nothing really stopping us from moving ahead with discussions around route redesign. I think it'll be important for us to understand what service we anticipate at this site before we decide what we're going to build. Through route redesign discussions, we'll figure out if we need 12 bus bays or 8 bus bays at this particular facility. So that I've put that route redesign discussion at the front end with the facility design following that. So the elements you're looking at here, this fall we have a KU urban planning course who's interested in doing a project, a real world project, and fortunate enough that they're going to help us with a route redesign study. So there will be, we're still working on finalizing their scope to make sure that it's an achievable scope and successful for them. They gain skills and we gain good information. You'll note on here that I also have a route redesign study listed for spring of 2021. So that one being with a national consulting firm. The intent is not for students to end up with some recommendations and then we follow up with a national firm who just supplants all their work. My hope is that we can use that student project as a building block in this discussion. And it will also provide almost a full year of potential community engagement around what we want our routes to look like, how frequently we want them to come, where they need to be, that sort of thing. So in both those route redesign projects, there will be robust community engagement, lots of opportunity through surveys. We'll have to see what in-person opportunities we can do safely over that time period, but it's one of the things we're challenging the students to do is to be creative with how we can reach as many people as possible if not everybody's online. So moving beyond the route redesign, looking at starting that design and construction RFP in fall of 2021. It'll depend on the scope of the building itself and the project as far as how quickly this construction can be completed, but I am hopeful that we are opening the facility in August 2022, but I've put in here 2023 because we'll all learn more as we work through this on what's feasible as far as timeline. Just logistically with transit, because our routes are updated every year in August, as a way to make sure there's no route changes in the middle of a school year. Whatever year we open, it'll likely be in the July, August timeframe when our normal route changes would go into effect. So as much as possible, whatever timeline we look at, we're going to try at hitting an opening date that occurs in August. So one thing that I really hope to do to build transparency, set expectations, is to develop a scope of work for this entire project. So there's almost 4 sub-projects that'll each have their own scope of work. There's the Joint Coordinating Committee and the work that they'll be doing. There are the 2 route redesign projects, and there's the facility design and construction. And each of those will have its own scope of work. In the route redesign and facility design examples, those will have ample public engagement involved with them. But I really hope on the front end of this project to set some expectations with the community about what we're heading towards and when people can expect to get involved and provide input. And it's the intent when we zero in on this scope of work to have this go through some approvals. It would make sense for it to go through this commission as well as PTAC, as well as the KU Transit Commission, just to have the bodies that represent the community that care about this work on the front end to be able to look at our plan and say, yes, this is reasonably laid out. This sets good expectations for what we're headed towards. I put on the right-hand side here is just a one-pager that the MPO had done for T2040 update, and this is a example of what a one-pager draft scope of work could look like. In this example, it's very graphical. There's not a whole lot of text, but you can see where there are opportunities for public input, what steps will happen before others. And I think that type of communication with the public early on will be important. And on the left side here, you see my attempt at least some higher level, what these draft scope of work components could look like. So for the KU student project, we've already established a PTAC subcommittee to track their work. That subcommittee is able to, accept other members into those meetings with the students. So we'll, assuredly involve KU with anything around route redesign that would affect them. There would be input there. We'll have them look at what I'm calling anchors and links in the community. So where are the places that see the highest ridership now? Where are these anchor locations that we should serve with transit? As well as links that is more of a origin destination idea. So what are areas in town that we need to link together? We need to be able to get from downtown to South Iowa, from KU to various outlying student-focused departments, things like that will help wrap our head around, in the context of route redesign, what do we need to preserve? In this last round of route updates that we did, we heard a lot about people in the Holcomb Park neighborhood whose kids need to be able to get east-west so they can get to Billy Mills Middle School and LHS. Those are the types of anchors and links that I'd like us to identify through this student project to make sure that stuff is preserved, and if there's links that we're not doing, that we can see if we can make those connections with route redesign. We'll have that group also look at system concepts. I talked a little bit about this in PTAC a month ago, where there's a lot of smaller agencies that have more of a hub and spoke design, where all your routes go through the transit center, and every trip that you need to make typically requires this trip into the center and then back out again on another route that you would use. There's other concepts we can look at that are more grid system. You can even consider, we've got like Route 9 and Route 7 that don't necessarily all go through one transfer center, but they both meet up at South Iowa. That's an example of some routes that stay on the fringes maybe, and create more of a grid pattern. So that's something we'll have students look into. We will have them do some scenario planning. I would like, I think we've had the discussions before in past transit plans about, do people value frequency or coverage? Do we want more routes that operate less frequent, or do we want less routes that come more often? I know we've conceptually had that discussion as a community, but I'd like to put some things down on paper, even if they're bad ideas, and see how people react to them, so that we can truly talk about, like, what would a high frequency system look like? What will we gain? What will we lose? That sort of thing. And in each of these, in both route redesigns and the facility design, you see public input components haven't been fully scoped out yet as to what they look like, but would anticipate lots of opportunity for public input. With the national firm route redesign, as well as the facility itself, design build, I would anticipate both of those processes having a larger steering committee. So we'll need to work, we still got work to do to figure out how those steering committees get established and who's on them and how big do they need to be. But I would anticipate that being, when that gets scoped out, there will be opportunity to discuss, make sure we're not leaving any group or organization or anyone out. I guess looking at the design build, I mentioned service needs in here. That really comes out of the route redesign. we should know what our facility needs to look like to adequately serve bus routes after we've discussed what our routes would look like. As well as, I'm sure there will be a lot of healthy discussion around what other components could or should go into the facility itself. Something as simple as restrooms, but could be any other components that might be more outside the box that could include in this type of facility. And I think it'll be useful to put all that stuff down on paper, have our big list, and be able to whittle it down to what we feel like would be truly best for this facility. I might pause there and see if there's any questions so far. I see Carol.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. Hi, Adam. You were talking about route design, and recently someone sent us GIS coverage for pedestrians and for cyclists. Is it possible? My interest is connecting the pedestrians with the buses. Is there any plan to do a GIS layer so that we can compare where the sidewalks are compared to where the bus stops are?
That should be feasible. I would have to circle back with Micah, our GIS coordinator, but I believe that we've got a pretty robust, I think it's called a pathways layer that ties together existing sidewalks, crosswalks, all of that. We should be able to analyze our bus stops and do, quarter mile out, half mile out, and see, really where people can feasibly walk to the bus system. That's a set of analysis that we just haven't had time for yet, but to your point, I think it's important to do, and we should be able to do it.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. Another question on the approvals. Way back at the beginning, you had a whole list of approvals by different entities. What criteria is surfacing in those different bullets? What is it the same, or does everyone have their own approach? Does the university have the same approach as the city, the state? How does that all go together?
Good question, and I don't really know yet. Is the answer. It's going to be different with each body. I know that the university will want to see how this project fits with their master plan and the goals for that area of campus. I am sure that the state will have very specific things that they'll look for. I know that when it comes to like the land use agreement and the city approval around that, there's that there's a lining up of land use since our codes don't necessarily apply to university property. Anytime there's coordination there, that agreement just has to make sure that everything matches up well from transitioning from university property to city property. That's probably not a very satisfying answer, but I'm sure that as we learn more, we'll be able to share out what all those steps are that we have to do to get each of these different entities approval. All right, any other questions, or I'll keep moving? And I think, yeah, so this on the right here was one example of more of a graphical focused scope of work. I did pull in another MPO example of, this is a 3-page scope of work that includes some more text, and at the end it has a Gantt chart that shows the timeline for the project and each of its components. I would imagine a project of this scope is maybe more likely to have this type of format where there's some background and more writing to describe out what. So as I mentioned, I think there'll be a lot of opportunity for engagement. I'm hopeful that since this will be going on for a couple years, there will be, just plenty of different and varied opportunities where if we don't catch somebody for a couple months, maybe we catch them with the next project. Like I said, there's a PTAC subcommittee, and I put plus because we might fold people into that as we need to. That'll track the KU student project. I envision a couple steering committees for the national firm route redesign as well as the facility design. And, for now, I know we'll have things like surveys and online engagement. I think it'll be feasible for us to reach out to different groups to, join into their Zoom calls and get engagement in that way. I think we're still brainstorming and looking for other ways we can reach people that aren't purely digital. I know historically, when I previously worked for the MPO, tabling with people in person was one of the more effective and more robust ways we gathered feedback. So we just have to figure out how to adequately replace that in a time where it's not as easy to just set up and get in a big crowd. So on the immediate horizon, we're looking to establish this joint coordinating committee as soon as possible. Right now, the city and KU are both working on our lists of who needs to be involved in that. Like I said, that group is purely focused on trying to get through the technical aspect of this project. And then, just further developing our scope of work so that we can put something in front of this group and in front of PTAC, in front of KU, and ultimately publish for the public that is scope of work that everyone can look at and understand how we're going to move through this process and on what timeline. So I think I'll leave it there. Were there anything I can go back to and we can talk about, or other questions?
Hi, Adam. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. So you mentioned the idea of possibly looking at a grid system. Having been on PTAC for a year-ish now, I'm fairly familiar with what that means, but that may not be as obvious to others. Could you maybe explain the difference between, I guess, both hub and spoke and grid system and their advantages and disadvantages, or if it's more appropriate, maybe the coverage versus frequency model? Because it sounds like that's maybe some of the larger decisions that are going to have to be made over the next coming years.
Sure. So in the last probably 5 years or so, we've seen a lot of different transit agencies move from a hub and spoke system to a grid system. So general idea with the hub and spoke is that you've got one main transfer area, all your buses go there, and they emanate out like spokes on a wheel. The grid system is typically more successful when you're able to get high frequency routes. So when I say high frequency, I mean coming every 15 minutes or less. So grid systems typically would make one transfer more than they would out of a hub and spoke system. But the penalty for that transfer should be mitigated by the buses coming more often. So, right now, it'd be painful to transfer if you have to wait 20 or 30 minutes for your connecting bus to come. But if you only have to wait a few minutes for a higher frequency bus, that transfer is less of a cost to you as a rider. You're more willing to do it. The benefit is you can typically have much shorter trips. So let's, just for the sake of argument, let's put a scenario together. So I'm trying to get from, let's say, South Iowa to Peaslee Tech, something like that. Rather than take a bus all the way downtown and then take a bus back out to Peaslee Tech, the grid system would have me transfer somewhere on the 23rd Street corridor and travel over that way. create shorter trips as long as you have the frequency to support it. I don't know if that is enough or accessible language enough there.
I think that's pretty good primer, at least for me. I guess the trick with that one is that with the grid system, and I think we talked about this offline, but how would that factor into having this central bus hub? Like squaring that circle seems a little bit tricky. So could you explain how that would work?
Yeah, so I think it'll come down to what we would define as the high frequency corridors. It'll still make sense for a number of buses to travel to this bus hub. It would just be that the grid system would commit some routes to never visiting that hub. You might have buses along the Wakarusa corridor or the 23rd Street corridor that forcing a deviation to Bob Billings in Iowa would take that bus so far out of its route when more conveniently for riders, it could just stay along a major corridor like 23rd Street. So I still would envision a number of buses, and especially with KU's campus right there, the idea of quick connections to circulators or buses that would go through campus and downtown. There will still be ample use for that connection at Bob Billings and Crestline site.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Does anybody else have questions for Adam regarding the bus transfer hub and the process that we're going to be seeing soon? I only have a couple of you on my screen, but I'm not seeing anybody raise their hand. So, Adam, did you have something on bus stop amenities as well?
I do.
Okay. Let's go to that one then. We got 15-ish minutes left, so yeah. This one has generated some discussion in the past, I think, so
okay.
We'll see.
Well, I guess I'll start out by saying that when I worked down the road at Topeka Metro, the bus stop amenity improvement program was a big part of my work there. So confident that we can get to a streamlined, consistent bus stop amenity improvement program. We definitely have some things we need to set up to get there, but we'll get there. I know there's a lot of enthusiasm for getting some stuff out for riders. So we'll walk through here is just where we currently stand, goals of the program, how we plan to move forward with prioritization. Can't do everything at once. And I do have some information about upcoming phases to share with you all. Look at a little information about partnerships that we're exploring and the funding that we're working under. So, broad overview, we've currently got 354 total bus stops. 145 of those have concrete that extends to the curb, so you don't have to step in grass or mud, and wheelchairs can get through that. There are 49 locations with shelters, 35 have benches, 6 with bike racks, some with multiple bike racks, but 6 locations with bike racks, and 38 stops have trash cans. These numbers do not reflect community-provided seating, so the other benches and chairs that community members put out is not reflected in the numbers you see here.
Adam?
Yes.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. On the concrete connections to the curb, do those concrete connections also go back to the sidewalk?
Correct. So I should have explained that better. So when I say this, I mean these are connections from the public sidewalk to the curb.
I have a follow-up question about that. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC. Before we go on, Dave or Dustin, do we need to be announcing our names before we start talking? I don't know if that was in the intro spiel or not.
Dave Cronin,
Yes, please. Okay. Sounds good. Okay. So on the concrete connections to the curb, for the bus stops that don't have this, you basically have to go from the sidewalk to the bus, and there may be a strip of grass. So I'm assuming that ADA requires buses to be accessible because all buses I've ever seen are accessible. But does it not require bus stops to be accessible? Is there some sort of, I don't know, does the law not actually require that?
So Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. So yes, the bus system has to be accessible. the way that that is accommodated when there's not an accessible bus stop itself is that drivers must provide reasonable accommodation at the nearest safe loading zone. So typically it's at the nearest crosswalk or someplace that is close to the bus stop and someone with a wheelchair can get on the bus. So yes, we are bound by the ADA laws, and the intent would be that all of our bus stops, we don't have to make accommodations where people have to go
Right.
to a different location to get on, but yes.
Okay.
So as far as goals for the program, really want it to be data-driven. We can't do everything at once, so we have to prioritize in some way. Some of the key things that we'll use for our decision-making process is, as we just talked about, accessibility. That'll be one of the things we're most focused on is those concrete connections, if we can leverage that. Ridership is a big component. If we can improve a stop that has 100 riders a day versus one that has just a handful, we're trying to serve the most people that we can with the resources that we have. That is not a hard rule. We will always also consider equity, spatial distribution throughout town, underserved populations. There will be things that impact our thought process that are not purely the next highest ridership number on the list. I put on here for now, that this number is able to change, as we streamline more and learn more about our process. But right now, the goal would be to get about 25 sites improved per year. I think that's achievable. This year we started kind of late. Like I said, we're trying to figure out our process. So I think my hopeful side of me is that we'll get close to that number this year still. And then next year be in a good position to hit that with relative ease, I would hope. Another thing to keep in mind is just as we put out more amenities, we do have to keep in mind asset management. Every shelter and bench we put out will need repaired and replaced over its lifetime. So we just have to make sure we budget that in. We can't purely be putting out new equipment without having a plan for keeping it up. And then another goal is to have a placemaking and neighborhood identity aspect of what we do. I think there's opportunities for bus stops to have critical components that they need, but I think they can reflect the places where they are. So a bus stop in East Lawrence might look different than North Lawrence or than West Lawrence. I think there's opportunity for us to have bus stops be more than just the functional component, but to mean something and reflect the neighborhood that they're in. So this is the inventory. Bus stop inventory has been something I've been working on from very early after arriving. We now have, with the help of a lot of different staff and parking staff and our new intern, we now have a full bus stop inventory that has an updated photo of every site. We have visited every site. We have ridership data for every site to help us prioritize. And our intern Candace has been working through prioritization of our next group of sites that we're looking at. So in addition to ridership, looking at adjacent land use, are there major slopes or other things that might impact what we can build, underserved populations that we can serve, and also just trying to keep in mind, with route changes coming up, trying to make sure we don't do major improvements at a place that might not be served by transit in the future. And as I mentioned before, we just have to keep in mind our maintenances of the facilities themselves and our costs for servicing new trash cans that go out, which typically trash cans go at every shelter site and might go at bench sites depending on the location and needs. So in a minute here, we'll walk through, we have 7 sites that are currently in internal review for their engineering designs. We'll walk through those sites, and our staff is working on another set of 30 sites that we're evaluating. That list will probably get whittled down as some of those sites will have constraints that we might not be able to deal with quickly. So in the effort to get more out this year, we'll probably reserve the harder to deal with sites for a later phase and try to get in hopefully 10 to 15 more sites out of that group that we can make improvements before year end. So the numbers on here are the bus stop numbers, but you see the locations of the 7 sites that are in our first phase that we're working through right now. There are a handful in East Lawrence, there's 1 in North Lawrence, and 1 out on the West 6th Street corridor. This is the one shelter site out of the group. So this is up at Franklin and 25th. This is near the community shelter in the jail. We're looking at a shelter and a couple of inverted U bike racks at this location. There's bike lanes along this site, and as part of our site review process, we're having the MPO review to see how we can integrate bicycle infrastructure at sites where it makes sense. So if it's on a future bikeway designated in our bikeway plan, or if it's next to a facility like this, we'll consider that integration of bike racks so that we can make that intermodal connection. This is the one out on the 6th Street corridor. It's folks at Bower Farm looking at a bench and a bike rack at this location. There's a shared use path along 6th Street that bicyclists can access from here. North Lawrence, 7th and Locust, looking at a bench and a bike rack at this location. In our discussion about the concrete to the curb, that yellow box on the left is really what we're talking about. I think there's opportunities for us to do a lot of that type of work in the future and just quickly get out at least sites that are more ADA compliant. Next couple sites are 11th and Delaware, catty corner here. These sites were 11th Street, but part of the 9th Street Arts Place grant that the city is utilizing. So in these locations, there will be an artist who is providing a wooden bench similar to what you see depicted here. And so we'll be putting down the concrete and then coordinating with that 9th Street corridor project to install these benches.
Hey, Adam, quick
Yes.
question. Nick Kuzmyak, I'm TC Commissioner. Regarding the bike racks, I feel like it's fairly evident for most people to understand why you would want a shelter or a bench or a concrete pad at a bus stop, but at least to me, the idea of a bike rack is a little bit less obvious. Is it mostly a first and last mile concern? Or is there something else that's more of a factor?
Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. Yes, so that is the main angle for a bike rack at a bus stop. If you're biking from a neighborhood but want to catch the bus, maybe you don't want to have to take your bike with you. Maybe it's difficult for you to take your bike into your workplace, or maybe you don't have a place to store it there. It's a way to make that connection and have a secure bicycle. It becomes even more convenient as well if there's a bike share or scooter share system, a place for those vehicles to exist, and helps make that connection between different modes.
That makes sense. I think especially with the bike share and scooter share issue. I guess the only concern I would have is that as somebody who's had 4 bikes stolen over the past 10 years, it always seems to be at places like that last slide you showed, or I guess 2 slides ago at 7th and Locust, where it's like that is a little out of the way. There would be not a lot of eyes on the street to police that. And I don't know if I'm maybe just paranoid and having another bike stolen, but it seems to me if there are bike racks on the bus, like I just put my bike in the bus and call it a day. I guess if there isn't a bike rack at your place that you're going to or a place to store it, I can understand why somebody might just want some place to put the bike. But I guess have you heard any other concerns about leaving bikes at bus stops?
Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. I mean, that's definitely a concern. I think from our perspective, we're hoping to set up the infrastructure so there's that possibility of that connection. I mean, I think it would be up to the individual user how safe they would feel, how good they'd feel about their U-lock or whatever they're using. You know, in some more off the beaten locations where there might not be great eyes on the street, perhaps it serves a bigger utility when there is that shared scooter or bike service where you don't need to care as much about the vehicle itself when you're making the connection. But I think we want to avoid the situation where you have to go back and retrofit, or you know, don't set up the ability for multimodal connections on the front end.
That makes sense. Thanks for explaining that.
So this is a catty corner location. The concrete pad here is a little stranger shape because we're trying to connect with the existing concrete sidewalk section there rather than do a connection to the brick sidewalk in the back. We're concerned about that from an engineering perspective, just making sure that that remained ADA compliant over time. That's why this particular pad looks a little odd shape maybe. But looking at the same parts place wooden bench here as well as a bike rack. This location near South Park already has a bench and a trash can, but there is not a concrete connection to the curb. So this site improvement is purely concrete, but will make the site have much greater utility for people using the bus. And last here, we're looking at Haskell and 20th. This is right out front of Independence, Inc. You're looking at a bench and a bike rack in this location to make that connection to that service.
Hey,
And I just want to mention, oh, is there a question?
Yeah, Commissioner Bryan, can you go back to the last slide?
Yes.
I just was wondering, this makes the connection to the sidewalk. Is there, what's the rest of the path to get to the front door? Is that anything you're considering?
You're asking the distance to get to the front door, or?
Well, I'm just trying to look for the route. Something that Carol brings up often is, you know, how do we get people to the front door of the building they're trying to get to?
Yes.
And I'm just looking at this, and it looks like it gets you to the sidewalk. I can't tell from the picture.
This is Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager, and thank you for bringing that up, because that was site consideration here. I'm not sure how visible how large the overhead image is on the top right, but
Oh, I see it. Thank you.
When we placed it here was that direct sidewalk connection into the facility there.
Thank you.
That was one of our considerations to make that kind of front door connection. So there's been no shortage of people reaching out to talk to me about bus stops in the last 4 months since I've been back. And that's honestly great. I know there's been a lot of, there's been less than pride when it comes to a lot of the bus stops in town as far as having amenities, but I'm hopeful we can turn that around and get some amenities out on the street. It's honestly great news that so many people are interested and want to see things improved. I'm confident that we can leverage that and get a lot of good work done. I listed what I call sample partners here because this is for sure not the entire list of people and organizations in Lawrence that care about bus stop improvements, but the Rebuilding East 9th Street project, coordinating with them on those benches at 11th and Delaware. Velocity Church made a donation a year or more ago now that we're looking to execute on with some of our stop improvements. Easley Tech has reached out about potentially partnering, as well as United Way. I know that Live Well Lawrence recently won a grant in part to look at bus stop improvements and transit connections. And then there's been a host of individuals reaching out to me about, can we look at a bus stop improvement here? What's the timeline for these improvements? So it's great that there's a lot of enthusiasm and interest. I think we'll, as we start getting things out on the street and people get comfortable with our process and how we choose sites moving forward, I'm hopeful that it can become a prideful thing here. I did want to mention also that I think there's great opportunity through the current summer repaving program that happens when there's already equipment mobilized on the street for us to at least get that ADA connection to the curb that we're looking for. We might not be able to get pads to house things like benches and shelters, but I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to knock out a lot of sites when it comes to just that curb connection that makes it just a lot easier to use for people. So came in this year, the timing was a little difficult to really coordinate that well, but I'm confident that next year we'll be able to make some inroads there. And just wanted to point out that we do have budgeted this year and next $150,000 for bus stop improvements. We'll have to look at that as we move forward just to make sure, like I mentioned, you know, each new site that we put out means that we haven't added maintenance and amenity cost. So we'll have to make sure that that funding tracks and that we don't overextend ourselves. I think we can do that. And I also know there is going to be annual state and federal grants available that we should and could be competitive for. So we'll be looking at those opportunities in future years. So we're looking to try to get phase one kind of through its completion as soon as possible, and then, like I said, trying to narrow down that phase 2 list and push forward on some of those this year as well. And as I mentioned, we just need to continue to get our process in order. You know, once people get comfortable with that, I think our timeline from identifying bus stops to seeing amenities installed at them will get shorter and shorter. And I'll leave it at that for thoughts or questions about bus stop amenities.
Cool. Lauren?
Lauren Freeman, Commissioner. I wondered if you could just briefly expand on the placemaking and neighborhood identity portion you talked about and whether you're gathering any community input into that as well.
Yes, so I'm trying to figure out a way to stop sharing my screen here. You might have seen, I don't know, in other cities or communities you've been in, you can brand bike racks or shelters with like neighborhood names, you know, something as simple as East Lawrence or Pinckney. I mean, you can imagine these things being, stamped into, or I guess holes through like steel, where there's some identification of the place that you're in. As far as community input into that, that's a good point. I think our current bus stop amenity guidelines are probably due for an update. And that process would be a good process to talk about what we would want to see out of our bus stops. And on kind of the quicker short-term thing, I think anytime we've decided we're going to try to make improvements to a stop that's in a certain neighborhood, it's absolutely feasible to connect with that neighborhood association to get input through that channel. Some of those discussions will have boundaries on what we can and can't do, but I bet we can use that channel to get feedback.
Nick Kuzmyak, I'm MTC Commissioner. We're running short on time. In fact, we're running on negative time. So if anybody has any questions, we can maybe do 2 more quick ones. But I think after that, we should probably do a quick break and then get on with the regular agenda. So any last thoughts? All right, take that as a no. So Adam, once again, thanks for coming out and kind of sharing with us the transit things on everybody's mind, amenities in that transfer center. So yeah, hopefully we'll see you at another MMTC meeting at some point soon. And yeah, thanks for stopping by. All right, is everybody okay with a 5-minute break or so?
Yeah, that works. Dave Kern, city engineer, will plan on starting back up at 5 minutes, 6:11.
All right, 6:11 it is. I'll see everybody soon.
I think your microphone's still on.
No, Dave, it's the hockey puck in front of you, it's blue. You gotta turn it red.
Why didn't you tell me that?
I emailed you, what are you talking about?
Who, me? 6:11, I'm back.
On the dot. It's Josh.
Okay. Looks like we have 3 of us back. 4. All right. Let's see.
I sent him a message. But that'll probably have to be blue if she's talking.
Oh. I think I missed that one.
You ready, Kurt?
Yes.
All right, Dave Cronin, city engineer. I think we got our audio problems figured out. We're ready to start the regular agenda meeting, and Ally will start by taking the roll.
Okay. Are you ready? I think it's Carol and Charlie. Are they on? Just go ahead. Okay, Ally Weems, MSO. If you hear your name, please note that you're here. Nick Kuzmyak.
Here.
John Ziegelmeyer.
Here.
Aaron Payton.
Here.
Lauren Freeman.
Here.
Catherine Schartz.
Here.
Charlie Bryan. We'll come back to him. Donna Holteen.
Here.
And Steve is gone. Carol Bowen. Okay.
Okay. Do we need to go over the introductory rules again? Still stand. Okay. Right.
Why is that?
Nick Kuzmyak. Oh.
Hockey talk when you talk.
Okay. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. Just to remind everybody, though, of the probably number 1 rule at this point is please state your name before speaking for any length of time. So I'll try to get better at that as well. In that case, our first item is approving the minutes from the last meeting. So I'm assuming, hopefully, you all have had a chance to read through those at least a little bit. Did anybody have any comments or ideas for revisions? If not, I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
John Ziegelmeyer, Commissioner, Vice Chair. I make the motion to approve the minutes.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner, I second it.
Yep. Ally, will you please call roll to get our votes? Or in this, I guess, just for future reference, are there any cases where we can just do votes by hands? Or should we pretty much always do roll for procedural things?
Dave Cronin, city engineer, we prefer. Hold on.
It sounds like you're in the arena. Speaking to us from the Superdome.
Dave Cronin. Testing. Is that better?
It is.
All right. Commissioner Kuzmyak, to answer your question, we prefer to go through the roll call.
Okay. Let us proceed then.
Okay. Ally Williams, MSO. Is that better? A little bit better? Okay. So this is motion by John, seconded by Carol. Nick?
Aye.
Okay. Aaron? Lauren?
Aye.
Catherine?
Aye.
Charlie?
Here.
Oh, okay, good. Donna?
Aye.
And that's it.
Okay. The minutes are approved then. Thank you, everybody. Let's move on to item C, public comments. I seem to recall that we usually only accept written public comment that was submitted prior to the meeting, but it's not necessarily stated that on the agenda. So I guess first question, has any member of the public submitted written comment? Or is anybody at City Hall?
Allie Weems, MSO. There's no one currently here, and I do not believe we've received written public comment at this time.
Okay. Was there anybody on the line who was going to do a spoken public comment? Good.
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. We do not have anyone that signed up to speak under general public comment.
Sounds good. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. In that case, let us move on to our regularly scheduled agenda, item D. So to start with item number 1, consider providing feedback on the marketing and public survey items of neighborhood traffic safety campaign. Sorry, why? So I believe this is whose item is this? Dustin, can you please take it away?
Sure. Dustin Smith, MSO, Senior Project Engineer. Can you all hear me? Okay, thanks. So the consultant, Alta Planning and Design, has been working on designing the neighborhood traffic safety campaign with the stakeholder team and is ready for feedback from the Multi-modal Transportation Commission on their public survey we're getting ready to launch and the marketing plan. So the community survey will be implemented by the campaign team, asking for residents' feedback on what they would like the campaign to look like. Survey will also help the team capture pre-campaign behavioral insights. And then second is the marketing plan, which outlines the marketing, communication, outreach efforts to explore for the city's neighborhood traffic safety campaign. And so, okay, looks like we've got the survey draft pulled up, and so this is what we're getting ready to go live with, hopefully later this week after we get the commission to weigh in tonight. So our the survey, the materials, your feedback will help create for this campaign are intended to remind us all to do our part in creating safe, comfortable streets for everyone in Lawrence. This includes encouraging us all to slow down, disconnect from distractions, and yield for people walking. So the first question is addresses the pre-campaign behavioral insights that we're hoping to gather to kind of get the before perceptions of the people who take the survey, the public. Then question 2 is kind of the general color palettes that we're considering and want the public to weigh in on. And then question 4 is more of the kind of graphic style, the look of the graphic materials. And then question 6 is the actual slogan and messages that we've refined with the stakeholder team and then are going to have the public weigh in on as well. So the first slogan and message package is the direct and detailed approach. The second one's the personal and recollection. And then the third one is the community and responsibility. And So I think that's kind of the highlights of the survey that we're hoping to launch this week, and I think I might stop here and ask for feedback and input from the commission on the survey before we move on to the marketing plan.
Thanks, Dustin. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. I will open it up to others first, and I guess at this point, raise your hand. If I don't see you and call you out within a few seconds, you can just start talking. It's okay. So, did anybody have any specific comments, questions on the survey portion? Carol, and then Lauren.
Here. My big concern with surveys is equity and access. It's really hard to communicate with people in Lawrence. They all read their own newspapers. They don't cross over from the Kansas City Star to the Journal World, or they use YouTube, or there's just no way to get the whole community. But I am well aware that there's a great digital divide, and we're not reaching a whole lot of folks because they're not computer literate, or it just doesn't occur to them. It's not part of their lifestyle or whatever. And if we want to include them, how are we going to do that?
Dustin Smith with MSO. So we do have a pretty robust multi-pronged approach to reach out to via several different avenues, and I need to back up and apologize. I forgot to introduce Kathy with Alta Planning and Design. She's on the line on the Zoom with us, and I know she can provide a lot more detailed feedback on some of these things, so I might ask her to weigh in here.
Thanks. Kathy Seabour, Alta Planning and Design. As you might imagine, we had a different approach to this pre-COVID, and we're hoping to do an open house as well, but that's not an option right now. So we shifted to the survey, and we plan on working with the PIO, getting the message out through the typical channels, which you all probably know better than I do what all of those are. Also working with Jessica Mordinger on getting the message out through schools. And so I think we need to explore a little bit, like exactly what does that look like? How to, is that through their electronic communications, or if they do like backpack mail or that kind of thing. That said, everything's electronic for the time being with school, right? So, I would love to hear from you all on if you have any recommendations for us about how, particularly now with, because we have a lot of approaches we would normally use in getting physically out into the community, reaching people where they already are at, trusted community locations to get a survey like this out. And that's going to be a little bit harder now. With less happening in person. So I do welcome any ideas that you all have for getting the survey, in people's hands, whether that's electronically or, needed on paper.
Hey, Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. Thanks, Kathy, for joining, and I think that's a good opportunity that either us on the MMTC or a subcommittee or city staff, I don't know if you guys are planning to take this on, but just trying to brainstorm better avenues to get the word out, because the amount of city meetings I've been to, like open houses and stuff, where people will consistently complain like, where's everybody? How didn't you get the word out? I mean, you guys really do try. And I've seen advertisements in multiple sources, and there's always some people who find reasons to not hear about stuff, it seems, or maybe they're just some sources that some of us really just don't know about in terms of avenues for communication. So I did see in the marketing plan, I guess later on in the attachment on the agenda item, that part of the push is to try to get, respected community members and respected local businesses to try to kind of be focal points in real life for distribution of the information. And I think that's something that we as a commission or as city staff are going to have to figure out how to do. So I'd be open to any other ideas on that. I think for now, let's table that until maybe sort of towards the end of this. But let me put that in this parking lot as a work for the end of this discussion. And in the meantime, I think we should maybe get back to what Dustin was presenting on the proposed survey questions so far. So does anybody have questions on that particular topic still? Lauren.
Yeah, Lauren Freeman, Commissioner. I was doing some reading last night on kind of the effectiveness of safety campaigns, and I was curious if the city or Alta has done research on what messaging campaigns work for reducing traffic fatalities and injuries, and whether that was factored into the messaging you're proposing in the survey.
This is Dustin Smith with MSO. Yes, and I would defer to Alta. They are the experts in this, and that is why we brought in a consultant for this part of it. Was we knew that they had the expertise that we don't have in-house on designing a campaign like this.
Yep, Kathy Seabour, Alta Planning and Design. Yes, we keep an eye on research and the just general trends around both effective strategies and messaging for traffic safety specifically, and then more generally behavioral insights and behavior change around transportation choices and just the behavioral science field in general. So we take all of that into account when we propose any, it's kind of a broad answer, but when we propose possible strategies, possible messages. And for example, research, a lot of research suggests that fear-based campaigns are ineffective. Whereas ones that establish community norms around a certain behavior tend to be more effective. So that's, what one of the approaches that we went with was kind of building that community norm of this is something we do here, as opposed to trying to scare people into a certain behavior.
Okay, Charlie.
Commissioner Bryan, I was just curious on the choice of colors, question 2. There was no mention of Haskell, and there's no purple. And I didn't know if anyone else noticed that. To me, it felt like it just feels like it's kind of favoring KU, and I think that's a problem. So, the description under 2 of the 3 is Jayhawks and KU. So I'm just curious others what they might think about that, or if there's some consideration for a different palette. I know this was developed probably a few months ago. I think we should be sensitive to that.
Dustin Smith with MSO. That's a good point. Yeah, and I know we've talked about how to include Haskell, and that's something we can look at if we want to refine the color palette before we put the survey out live.
Hey, Kuzmyak, I'm MTC. Carol, you're up.
I was looking at the survey, and it's obviously a survey that tries to influence change with our drivers. Is that right? When I think about the drivers, and they're different now, they've modified a lot their thinking, but there still is resentment at sharing the road to some extent, or they just feel like these other things, I can't imagine what's going to happen when the e-scooters get started, but they're not accustomed to sharing the road. And let's take schools, for example. The middle school, South Middle School, or whatever they call themselves now, Billy Mills. When that school lets out, there are pedestrians and cyclists everywhere. And they're not very disciplined either. So is there some way that we could encourage a program that supports the drivers' changed behavior? Can we encourage the schools to educate kids on how to deal with crossing the street, or is this taking on too much?
Dustin Smith with MSO. I know one of our targeted behaviors is yielding to pedestrians by drivers. Again, I'm gonna call on Kathy and have her weigh in with her expertise again.
Kathy Seabour, Alta Planning and Design. Yeah, we started this campaign work with discussions with city staff around behaviors that have come up as, both in terms of data and I know through I'm sorry, I can't remember the exact name of it, but like the incident report form or the feedback form that people have, like share their concerns about traffic safety issues, and prioritize that list based on those things. And so these are the things that came out on top. And I know there was some discussion of pedestrian behavior and bicyclist behavior and things like that. And I don't want to speak for city staff on this, but when we came out of our discussion of prioritizing, which behaviors we were going to prioritize, these are the ones that came out on top as the, most important ones to address. But I think that there is a lot of opportunity for, as you say, addressing pedestrian and bicycle behavior as well through other channels. And again, it's up to city staff how you want to proceed with the campaign with all of your input. But I know that there is a Safe Routes to School program happening simultaneously that is a good opportunity to reach if that's a particular issue at schools. Whereas this one, we're focused much more citywide and trying to kind of address that larger problem of speeding. Speeding was definitely the number one thing that and Dustin can speak to the the overall program and the interest in reducing speeding. But when we came on board, that's sort of what we heard was the number one problem that we were needing to address. And then those other pieces sort of support that speeding piece, the distraction and the yielding. So I think that we had room for so many messages in the campaign, and these are the ones that came out as being the most urgent, the most important. But that's not to say that there aren't other needs that need to be addressed. So I don't know, Dustin, if you want to say anything else about, not to put you on the spot, but if you want to say anything else about just the city's efforts through the larger program beyond just the campaign.
Dustin, I'll take a sec. Dave Cronin, city engineer. I know that, the basis of this program was kind of the traffic management, neighborhood traffic management program was kind of restructuring our traffic calming program, and which predominantly involved speeding through neighborhoods. And so we're really focusing the number one message on speeding traffic, primarily through residential neighborhoods. And then when we had our kickoff meeting with city staff and Alta, we all kind of put down our top 2 or 3 issues, and we kind of put them up on a whiteboard, and the distracted driving came up in a few folks' top 3, and the yielding to pedestrians. So, we're primarily trying to hit this traffic speeding, but I think, we're also going to try to do some education on distracted driving and yielding to pedestrians. But there's so many other components, as you mentioned, Carol, in the education, and there's just so many things that we're to get at the issue. But that's kind of how we got to where we're at now, is to try to find 3 or so broad topics to work on. So I guess, turn it back over to Nick or anyone else. If you have any questions on our survey questions, provide us some input on that. We'd appreciate it.
Yeah, Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. If you don't mind, I had a couple of kind of small quibbles that I was hoping to run through real quick. So the first one was on the welcome part of the survey, which I guess is kind of the splash screen that one would see on SurveyMonkey before they started answering questions. It says, this includes encouraging us to all slow down, disconnect from distractions, and yield for people walking. I think people walking is maybe what might come to mind the most when people think about things you don't want to hit when you're driving. But in terms of yielding for people, I think it also encompasses people in wheelchairs, people walking dogs, bikes, e-scooters, all that stuff. And I think, is there a better word that's not super wonky to say, like, more vulnerable road users? I don't know. Or, Kathy, in your experience, is that just kind of too much information? Do people need to kind of be able to focus on one thing? And in this case, that's walkers.
Share my screen. I don't know.
Kathy Seabour, Alta Planning and Design. That's a great question. And, the intention was to humanize it and not say pedestrians, right? But to talk.
Definitely.
And different communities have different preferences in terms of whether to use the word walk and whether walk is excluding certain groups or not. And there are just some differences of opinion there. But we could just say people. Keep it really simple, for sure. Again, it adds like a human element to it. And that's really the point that we're trying to make. Walking or rolling is one way to say it also.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner again. The next one I had was the first question, that people drive too fast in Lawrence. I can't imagine anybody saying, nah, nobody goes too fast in Lawrence, in my neighborhood, in this city. I guess I wonder, what is the intended data and value gain from a question like this? It seems like a little bit leading, but I wonder if it could be maybe more specific, because this is the neighborhood traffic management plan. Could it be people drive too fast on my street? People drive too fast near my kid's school? Obviously, we don't want to make it too specific because it won't apply to everybody, but is there a way to tie it back into the neighborhood traffic management program while still maybe getting a little bit more differentiation in the answers instead of all definitely agree people drive too fast? Because I think that's probably, everybody I know would probably say that, whether or not it's actually true, obviously.
Dustin Smith, MSO. I agree. That's a good point. And again, I'll ask Kathy to weigh in on that.
Kathy Seabour, Alta Planning and Design. I appreciate that. It's definitely intended to capture perception, not necessarily literally what's happening, but people's perception. That is the intent. But it is, it's a strong wording, and we had to make the decision of just I don't know, finding the right language to use there. I considered maybe not saying too fast, but I actually really like your suggestion of on my street, because the neighborhood focus, I'd be curious to get and Dave's input on that as well, but and everybody else's. But I like
maybe
that.
say like for the street that they're on, or for the current road conditions, or maybe something more broad, I guess. I don't know, because if somebody lives on 23rd Street and somebody else lives on, let's see, I'm looking at Alabama Street right now, and there is not going to be a car in here for 5 minutes. So I guess I wonder, maybe something like people drive too fast. I don't know how to make it more useful without not making it too wonky. So I guess any other suggestions? It sounds like this could be an opportunity for improvement. So anyway, I don't know if we need to necessarily do that right now, but maybe if you want to take that back to Alta and see if anybody has any other ideas. Or, I don't know. Don't know how to best go about this when we're kind of doing edits in real time. The final one was basically just, I want to make sure that we tie this back to the NTMP, Neighborhood Traffic Management Program, simply because that's what it's in service of, even though it could be useful for traffic throughout the city, but I think the NTMP is kind of what it's supposed to fall under, technically. So it would be kind of nice if we could somehow tie in with the 5 E's that were proposed early on in this project. Was it education, enforcement, encouragement, engineering, and can't remember the other one, but there were 5 E's, and I'm assuming this is both encouragement and education. So I wonder if there could be a little snippet in there somewhere of like, hey, if you remember this thing, this is us doing the action to bring this to you, Lawrence, just to kind of show our follow through on it. And I guess I just want to reiterate that all these questions could be answered really differently depending on if we're talking about arterials or small neighborhood streets. So if we can try to focus people's thought process on small neighborhood streets, then we may get information that's more useful to the program that it serves. So anyway, Aaron.
So give me a minute. This might take a while for me to talk about because I feel like a lot of what we've discussed, and I've brought it up a couple times, is I feel like that's not getting completely to safety in Lawrence. And that might be a little unfair from where I'm coming from, because when we talk about neighborhood traffic management in my neighborhood is, I mean, several of you know where I live, but it's 3 roads, 1 way in and out. And to get anywhere by foot, either you're walking around the neighborhood or you're crossing a major intersection. If you're just out for a walk, you probably walk around the neighborhood. You don't go to Castle, you don't go to Clinton Parkway and Lawrence Avenue. But I was going to bring this up at the end of the meeting, but I think I'm going to bring it up now because I think it's pertinent and I think it's something we really need to consider that I feel like is being left out. Because the ultimate goal in this program is to make Lawrence safer for people to walk. I don't know if people really disagree on that, because I understand that it's specifically, sorry, my internet is going in and out, so I hope everyone can hear me. I don't know, I mean, it's specifically for neighborhoods, and I know that's a lot of traffic calming is how we got started, but I kind of want to go through something, and I'm going to get to this idea I have, because I feel like it's something that should be included, or at least something that we should discuss at some point. So I started thinking about like what our goal is in making people safer. And I started thinking about the number of people I know who have been hit by a car, either on bike or on foot. Personally, I'm not in any bike clubs. I don't walk regularly. These are random people I know from different places. So I know 8. Ben, Levi, Aaron, Heather, Alex, Rachel, Tamara, Camille, Ed, Mickey, and somebody else who I'm not going to mention because I don't know what exactly his deal was. Of those, 6 were on bikes, 4 were walking. 6 of these happened in intersections as people were going through them. I believe in all these cases, I don't know about 2, so at least in 6, the car was at fault. My purpose in doing this is I had an interesting thing happen this week, and we had a life flight from our neighborhood. My blind neighbor was hit by a car crossing Clinton Parkway and Lawrence Avenue. And when it came up after she was life flighted, all of the neighbors had the same response was, I've seen her crossing there and I've always been worried about it. She crosses with her guide dog, and the guide dog went because it was supposed to, and the person turning left out of my neighborhood didn't see her and hit her. So she's in a coma right now. And the reason I bring this up is because I think that the whole point is that to make Lawrence safer. And one of the things I see when I talk about six people that I know have been hit in intersections, and I've brought it up multiple times, is the weak point is always intersections. We widen roads, we make it harder for people to see. And so I was looking at these questions, these survey questions, and I couldn't help but thinking, what can we add to this to address that, to discuss intersections and how people feel about intersections? And I know it's not specifically in a neighborhood, but I also think when you're walking around Lawrence, that's what you have to, I think that's the thing that we're always cognizant of, but really don't address much. And that said, the day after this happened, I was talking to another neighbor who was talking about how many close calls he had. He rides the loop regularly, but to get to the loop, you have to cross 2 major intersections, one of which is pretty much completely, people don't yield, and that's Castle and Clinton Parkway. So I don't know if there's anything that can be added to the survey questions to address this, or to ask people a question on yielding at intersections. Or if anybody's still there, because my internet shows nobody's moving.
This is Catherine. Catherine Schartz, Commissioner. I completely agree. I'm a
Catherine, I heard Catherine.
Can you hear me? Yeah. No, I'm a cyclist, and when I do ride the loop, my biggest concern is crossing intersections. And I have had 2 close calls going along 6th Street, crossing George Williams Way, where I have the right of way, I have the green light, the pedestrian crossing. And I look back, and first I don't see anybody coming, and the next thing I know, there's somebody whipping around that corner, taking a right turn, and I've had to go over onto my side to avoid being hit by a car. That's happened to me twice this year and once last year. And it's always that kind of thing at an intersection where the driver simply, for no reason, because I was clearly there, and I was in front of him, and there was no reason why he shouldn't have seen me, or both of those guys shouldn't have seen me, but they're just not looking for the pedestrian or the cyclist or anybody else on that sidewalk. And it is sort of that, and I think Charlie has said this before, people on sidewalks are invisible to people in cars because they're not looking at the sidewalk, they're looking at the street. And somehow we need to start addressing that. I agree.
And that's I think an important point, because one of the things I discussed with Dave Cronin a couple years ago is I always associated what happens on Castle as people just ignore you and don't care, until I started driving on Castle, because I used to bike on there pretty exclusively, and I realized I couldn't see anybody because they were behind me. What happened with my neighbor, we had a close call with our children a couple years ago, and it was clear that the woman just didn't expect us to be there. What happened with my neighbor, I'm not exactly sure what happened with the person who hit her, but I know that they were sitting there with their hands in their head in their hands. It was clear they were pretty upset. And so they didn't see her. They weren't looking for someone with a guide dog to cross the street. So I just think that that's something that it is a neighborhood traffic management program, but if we don't address some of that, it's like, I think the difficult thing in Lawrence, and we can't mark everything everywhere. I've seen some programs with some surveys like this, or they're talking, Alta's talking, or we're talking literature mostly, and how to get the word out. But I've seen like some, signs on the street that, as Carol mentioned, for pedestrians, if you look at, trying to remember what it said. We lived in Boulder a while ago, and I remember they had a year where they had quite a few, a few fatalities. It was actually quite a few. I think it was like 6 or 7. And we'd been gone because we go once a year. And when we come back to town, there's a campaign, Heads Up Boulder, and it was like, pow, you couldn't miss it. And it was actually marked on crosswalks. So it was like heads up to pedestrians on the crosswalk, saying, make kind of, and stuff like that. And I feel like in modern times that, it used to be, you put something in the journal world, you really wanted to get a flame, we typically put it in the recycling, unless I know I'm looking for something. And so I feel like a lot of those campaigns need to be something that people can't avoid. And I don't know how to do that. I'm looking at the neighborhood things, and I actually think would be very effective on some, like a neighborhood Facebook page might be really useful. But things like that. But I do think we are a spread out city, and people don't expect to see pedestrians places because they're not there that often. And I think that's one thing that we need to address. So yeah, I guess that's it for for now. If we could add that to the survey, something about specifically asking about intersections.
This is Dustin Smith with MSO. I know, at least I think we're trying to hit that point with the, you know, trying to change the behavior with yielding to pedestrians, and the first question, where we're trying to gain the perception is, you know, we do ask about watch for and yield to people walking who are trying to cross the street, and then watch for and give space to people biking. So,
Right.
I think it's on the radar, but you're right. It's a big problem. I'm not sure. I may ask Kathy again. If she has thoughts on how we could maybe incorporate that more into the survey.
Kathy Seabour, Alta Planning and Design. Yeah, this is a discussion we've had too about this idea of intersections versus the neighborhood streets, and how do we balance that, knowing that especially some of these larger intersections are where a lot of crashes are happening. I think that I'm curious if you think that maybe because there's the messages too that we're asking for feedback on, and the messages are going to turn into the actual campaign. So there's those kind of behavioral like perceptions questions, and then there's an input on the actual survey. And I wonder if you think one is more important than the other, or like, you know, I was just looking at the messages again, and it does reference like crosswalks, and I wonder, do we need to be more general and say, you know, look for people at intersections instead of crosswalks because they're not all marked, for example?
Well, what about some, I mean, I guess maybe I'm not, when you think about what the survey is trying to do, what about something like, are people feeling unsafe in their neighborhoods? Like I said, I have to put myself in somebody else's neighborhood to think about this, because mine is, if you're just walking in the neighborhood, I don't think many people feel unsafe, but that they wouldn't. So, I mean, maybe it would be interesting, but I don't know what I'm seeking to accomplish. I don't know if you could help me on what we could do with this, but it would be interesting to see if the major feeling is that people aren't feeling safe in their neighborhood because of speeds, and people do go very fast in some of the neighborhoods, especially ones with more collectors. We don't have any collectors, but you know, is the safety concern within the neighborhood like local streets, or is the safety concern leaving the neighborhood? And I mean, honestly, I don't know that for sure. So it'd be kind of interesting just to know, I don't know, a more exact feel for that. So it's just a thought.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. I think the first time we discussed this project, we were thinking of neighborhoods only. And we did discuss the surrounding areas because the surrounding areas impact what's going on in the neighborhood. I vaguely recall that our conclusion at the time was, let's deal with these neighborhoods first and then expand our thinking.
Yeah, this is Dave Cronin, city engineer. That's correct. I mean, the program is focused on neighborhoods, local streets. That's the you know, the basis of the program, and that's where we were starting with neighborhoods, and not necessarily you know, intersections or arterial street intersections, which have the, potential for a lot more conflict and higher speed conflicts with pedestrians. So yeah, I mean, and this is, really focused on local streets in neighborhoods. So not that we can't still try to touch on yielding to pedestrians at all crosswalks, whether it's marked or not, whether it's on a local street or collector or arterial. I mean, we can try to integrate that message in if we can, but we're trying to have one kind of semi-simple message and slogan that may have different components or a couple of different phrases, but primarily towards neighborhoods. And so that's, I guess, where we're at, where we're starting this program with this education campaign.
However, I think there's a strong interest in us expanding our thinking. We don't want to stop here. We want to expand beyond the neighborhoods. If we are focusing on neighborhoods, that first survey question could be, people drive too fast through our neighborhood or through my neighborhood. I have a question. I'm sorry, I'm redirecting again. I wanted to go back to the first page on the survey welcome. It says the survey will close August 23rd, but most of our zippy drivers are just coming into town about that time. We're a college town, so I think we need to do that differently.
Dustin Smith, MSO. That's a good point. Yep. I think we need to give more time for the students to get back and try to reach them as much as we can.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. On the marketing plan, I think it was, you have some wording that needs a little bit of fixing. It says one of the objectives is reducing speeding. You might want to reduce speed, reducing speed or reduce speeding, but not two ing words in a row.
Charlie?
So I was trying to think about how to work with Aaron's, kind of piggyback on Aaron's comments and Carol's as well. I think we do need to probably stay focused on the neighborhood issues. So the first question, I think it really could be beneficial to maybe change the opening line, so driving behavior in my neighborhood instead of in Lawrence. As Carol suggested, people drive too fast in my neighborhood. I'm wondering about the others though. It does mention crossing the street under the third statement. It just feels like it's a little weird the way it's worded. So people driving in my neighborhood, watch for and yield to people trying to cross the street. I don't know if that would be a way to simplify that. And then for in my neighborhood, people driving, watch for and give space to people biking. Maybe just starting out each of those statements with in my neighborhood. Of course, then it would be helpful to make sure we ask people what neighborhood they live in, so that we can identify the neighborhoods that seem to have the worst driver behaviors. That's all I have.
Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. Anybody else have any comments here? Okay. Well, in that case, shall we move on to the marketing plan? Dustin?
Dustin Smith with MSO. Yeah, and I think we've hit on a few points in the marketing plan, so I may try and just hit it real quick, and then any feedback and questions we can come back to. So, let's see where I can start here. I guess I'll start with just the summary of the materials that Alta's going to provide as their part of the project. So that we've talked a lot about the community survey, and then some more like tangible items like yard signs, community posters, safety stickers, and then the digital portion, you know, social media and reader boards and things that we can get throughout the city to kind of get the campaign, try and get people to see it in multiple locations, multiple formats, so it just kind of reinforces itself. Again, our kind of overall goal is to remind all road users to do their part in creating safe, comfortable streets and welcoming neighborhoods for everyone in Lawrence. And with our targeted behaviors of speeding, distracted driving, and failing to yield to pedestrians and bicycles. And then we've also, the stakeholder team for the campaign has identified kind of the 3 target audiences are drivers under the age of 30, drivers in the neighborhoods, and parents around schools. And then moving on quick to the messaging, which again has been refined by the stakeholder team through surveys over the last few months. I'm not sure how much detail everybody wants to get in there. I may leave that, and if you have something specific, we can bring it up.
Dustin. Kuzmyak, MMTC.
Yeah.
I think in the interest of time, I guess the first question would be, has anybody not had a chance to read over it? And if so, would you like a better explanation of the 3 breakdowns, basically the community survey, the, I guess, signage and digital advertising? That's question number 1. And if not, I'm going to pose a fairly specific question. It's about the signs. So it looks like the idea at this point is that the city is kind of counting on various entities, whether they be, you know, schools, institutions, businesses, private individuals, to put signs on their property with the kind of signage that we're going to determine through the community survey. And a signage permit is mentioned in there. And I would just like to note that I think any kind of barrier, perceived or actual, to get signage up in people's yards is probably going to decrease the participation. Lawrence's sign code is pretty strict. I mean, it's strict enough that the city had to get a variance from themselves to put the sign on City Hall, which is kind of intense. So any barriers for just regular people to put signs in the yard is, you're only going to get the most ardent of supporters. So I think if we want to get this out, if we want to make sure these signs are everywhere, it'd be really nice to just kind of have a blanket thing. Like, if you use this sign, do what you got to do. Put it wherever you want. It's fine. As long as it's on your property, we don't really care. And you know, it's not up for me to make that decision. That's, I think, actually into the planning commission. But it would be nice to maybe bring this up with them and say, is there any way you can make this less bureaucratic and just kind of let people do it if this is a real big push that the city needs to get done? So just a suggestion. Other than that, I think it looks pretty good. So did anybody else have any specific questions?
Lauren Freeman, Commissioner. I guess I'm just a bit skeptical at the effectiveness of campaigns in general. And so I am curious to hear, I read in the report that there is a possible concurrent speed reduction effort as well. I feel like any campaign is going to be even more successful with kind of other actions like that. So I'm curious if that's a thing that's happening, or kind of what's the status on that?
Dustin Smith with the MSO. Yes, so the speed reduction for neighborhood streets, we discussed this with the commission earlier this year, and came out with a recommendation to reduce the speed limit on residential streets to 25 miles per hour. And so we're working on the ordinance to do that citywide in one ordinance and not have to go street by street. And then our intent is to get the ordinance passed, so then we can start installing the signs, and then the ordinance would be enforceable once the signs are in place with the 25 mile per hour speed limits. And we're still not sure on the enforcement part of, because we wanted to do all of this in concert at the same time, you know, with the campaign rollout, the reduced speed limit, and then targeted enforcement of the reduced speed limit. But the enforcement part is kind of in question now with, you know, the other outside forces. So I guess the speed limit reduction is in progress. The rest of it, or the enforcement part, is still in question right now.
Carol?
I had two more comments on the marketing plan. It talks about putting posters at the library and downtown businesses. Not that many people go downtown and to the library. I suggest grocery stores, Walmart, more public access if we really want to use those posters effectively. And then it talks about the website banner page. And putting it on our Transportation Commission webpage would really bury it. We should put it on the city's main page and get it right out there.
Dustin Smith with MSO. Those are good points, and I think the intent is with the banner that it can be used, you know, on multiple websites. You know, I think we talked about using it on, you know, possibly the school websites, the city's main page if we have a press release come out. So hopefully it'll be flexible that we can use it multiple locations. And I think also your point about not just putting our posters downtown at the library, that there are other high traffic areas that we can try and get posters as well.
Aaron, did you have a comment?
I do on the marketing plan. I mean, it mentions local grade schools and universities, but I mean, I think it just got left out. But the high school, Lawrence High School in particular, I mean, I'm sure Free State also, but Lawrence High Schools, you know, the construction's going on, and right next to it we have the brand new bike boulevard. So it just seems like a great opportunity to kind of make people aware of you know, neighborhood traffic safety, and sort of showcase that bike boulevard at the same time. The other question I had was, is there some way, or might it be useful to like have this stuff available for driver education programs?
Dustin Smith with MSO. That's a great point. That's a great idea. I'm ready to put that on the list right now.
Kathy?
Kathy Seaboard, Alta Planning and Design. Yes, just to add to that, if you saw, there's like we're proposing a DIY kit that would put some of the materials together, and hope is to get that, you know, to the neighborhood associations and schools, various groups to help spread the word, especially since we're not in a position where we're able to like do face-to-face outreach right now. So I think adding driver education to that list of groups that we hand off that DIY kit to is perfect.
Tom?
Hi, Donna Holteen, Commissioner. I'm just thinking about the KU student aspect of this, and signs in the grass. I put a lot of signs on campus, and I'm always sideways with the facility services folks who are trying to mow around them. I'm not sure that would happen at all on campus, but I think somehow engaging with the student senate people and the Greek houses, they have their own properties that they can, if there was a way to engage them as partners to get that message out, I think that would be a good idea. I know that a lot of students are coming back from what it looks, the housing, people that want to live in university housing, it looks like housing will be full. But I think even if students are physically here in Lawrence, many of them will be virtual anyway. I just wonder if there's a more digital or IT ways to kind of get this message in front of them. The union has screens around campus. They've got them all over the union and in the rec center, which I do think students will still try to take advantage of, where they've got scrolling messages. And if that campaign was somehow in front of them when they're on a treadmill, you could have a captive audience there. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, just trying to reach students.
Thanks, Donna. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. So just kind of stepping back here, I'm sensing a lot of really good ideas from very different perspectives on where we should get the message out, how we should do it, who can help. And this is kind of what I put in our parking lot earlier on things that I think it does need a deeper dive into the details, and using caution from other members of the MMTC in the past. I don't think it's necessarily our job to dive into the weeds too much on these particular calls. I guess they used to be meetings. And this is where I'm thinking, so I'll need somebody to correct me if I'm wrong, but we do already have an NTMP, some sort of implementation committee made up of MMTC members, correct? I don't recall what their scope is, and I don't exactly recall who's on it. I feel like it's probably John, maybe Charlie. Who else is on that? And Charlie, could you explain to me what it was again?
This is Commissioner Bryan. Yeah, John and I are both on that committee. Mostly it's made up of staff. There really hasn't been a lot of activity, I think, because of COVID. So we've had some emails, some things to review. There hasn't been any dialogue. I mean, I think this is the first opportunity to actually have a group discussion about the campaign. What we're looking at today looks quite similar to kind of the drafts that we've seen by email. I don't know. I'm going to go past your question because I wanted to make a comment about this generally. I'm a little confused by what our goal is, and I feel like early on we talked about trying to coordinate this with all the E's and education and encouragement and enforcement. And I get the issue of enforcement that's come up recently. But at the very least, if we're going to change the speed limit, I feel like this campaign needs to be focused on educating the community about the reason for the change, and to just bake into their mind that in Lawrence we drive 25, because that's not where they're coming from, probably. And I think it could be done, but I'm not seeing any of the examples in the survey or the marketing plan that kind of focus on just getting that clear message out there. And it feels like the timing of this should be synchronized so that it's about saying, hey, on January 1st, 25 miles an hour is the speed limit in neighborhoods. So I don't know. I feel like we're going to have to do that. So why aren't we trying to coordinate this, or at least make it feel like it's all part in the same? Right now, it looks to me like those are different projects, and I don't think we ever intended them to be that way. And specifically, I'm looking at New York City. They have a 25-mile-an-hour campaign that has some materials that I've just kind of glanced at. Pretty impressive. You know, it says it's hard to speed. It's easier to save a life. Slow down. 25 miles an hour. You know, just kind of simple message. But the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit is being held by people. So it reminds me a little bit of the campaign we did a few years ago with people riding bikes. You know, it felt personable. I know that might be one of the options on the survey to find out what people want, but I think my bigger concern is we're missing the boat if we're not promoting the speed limit. So we almost need to know for sure that the city's going to change the speed, and then invest our energy in trying to get the word out and reinforce the rationale for 25 miles an hour. You know, that it saves lives. It's easy to do. And that's what we do here in Lawrence. Kind of go into the idea of a community norm. You know, that's our norm. Drive 25. That's all I have.
Hey, Kuzmyak, I'm MTC Commissioner. Charlie, I agree, and that's kind of what I think Lauren was trying to get at earlier is, you know, if we can coordinate these campaigns, that'd be pretty convenient to try to most efficiently use our energy and resources to get all the messages that we need to. I guess the concern on that is, can it be done without muddling the message of each individual campaign, or are they actually sufficiently supplementary that it would actually be just fine? So that's probably a question for Kathy, you and your team. I don't know if you've tried to implement all these messages at once, but I think the three that we're basically talking about are really just the marketing campaign in general on just lets everybody be aware in our neighborhoods, the speed reduction that we're doing all over town that is completely separate, technically speaking. It's not officially part of the NTMP, it's just happens to sync up. And then third is the speed enforcement, the targeted speed enforcement that's going to happen in neighborhoods. It was supposed to happen with, I guess, police on their off time or something. So that's the only three I can think of. I'm sure there are more, but I guess I'd be interested in your kind of professional opinion on how to deal with that.
Kathy Seabour, Alta Planning and Design. Well, yes, certainly don't want to try to communicate too many things at once. Although I think that there is a way to talk about either why or just that educational piece of this, like this is happening, and then add a call to action to that says, like, here's the actual thing we want you to do, the behavior we want you to be doing or to change. So I think that there is a way to do that. The survey right now, we weren't 100% sure. I mean, I would completely agree with everybody that the goal would be to line up these two things and to have the campaign. I completely agree with Lauren that the campaign is going to be more effective if it's happening at the same time as the speed reduction. Campaigns by themselves, necessarily, like, you need to have the other pieces. But I think that we kept the language a little bit general for now, not knowing for sure that timing was going to line up, and I think ideally it would. But hopefully the input we get still gives us a sense of preference for like tone or style, and then obviously we can make changes after the fact to the exact wording, anything we want to be communicating about, or just changes to the speed limit, and kind of add that to those calls to action. So we can keep that in mind for sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Kuzmyak. I'm MTC Commissioner. I guess in that case, it sounds like it'd be good to know for both staff and Alta going forward. And I guess Charlie and John for your committee, just to kind of keep those things in mind. And I guess once we get feedback from the community survey, see if there is a way to realistically fit the speed reduction and enforcement campaigns into the messaging as well. it may be as cut and dry as just add a sign into your printing order of say, hey, 25 is, what is it? It definitely rhymed with 25, right? Like 25 is just fine or something. I'm not getting it, but anyway, something kind of like that. But the other question that I had, and Charlie, I was kind of getting to this. If you and John on your committee haven't necessarily had too many actions just yet, well, I forget what the original purpose of it was, but would it be possible to roll in this brainstorming of information dissemination into your scope? Is that reasonable? Do we need to create something separate? How else, does anybody else have any proposals to kind of get a concerted effort for how to get this information out to the community?
Nick, can you be a little more specific of exactly what you would like to see done? I'm a little confused on exactly what how to do.
All right. So in the marketing plan, there's a whole section about, let me see, about yard signs, community posters, and safety stickers, as well as digital advertising. And I forget exactly where I saw it, but there was a part where in the text, it basically said, hey, here's how we suggest getting out the messages. Try local businesses, the library, on the bus, school, stuff like that. But I believe it stressed that, you know your community more than we do. So Lawrence, we need your help in telling us how we should get this message out, to where and through whom and in what form. So what I think a lot of the comments around this discussion have been so far is, Donna was saying, hey, I suggest trying to put signs in KU lots and do scrolling signs on treadmills. Carol was saying, don't focus on the library, do Walmart and grocery stores. I forget, sorry, what the other suggestions were, but these are really good suggestions. But I think it'd be really good to have a conversation to kind of lay out our options and see what partners do we need to engage with to make that happen, instead of just saying, yeah, the library will get it done, right? So I think it'd be really helpful to have somebody do that. I don't yet know, however, and maybe this is a question for Kathy and Dustin, who did you intend to come up with this? Was this for us, or was this just in the course of discussion we were hoping to get an idea of how to distribute information?
This is Dustin with MSO. I think we are intending to get the stakeholder team more into this line of the brainstorming, if you will, after we get the direction from the public survey to incorporate that as well. And that's maybe why it seems like the stakeholder team hasn't been having Zoom meetings or anything, because we've done most of that engagement with the stakeholder team through surveys to refine the the color palette and the messaging to where we have now. And then definitely going forward, we would have more of the kind of brainstorming that you're talking about.
Okay, so it sounds like then that is part of the plan. So I guess folks who are on that stakeholder committee, maybe just keep that in mind and try to engage from other avenues if needed. And that could be members of MMTC, or more importantly, it could be people from Lawrence Association of Neighborhoods, or I don't know who else will be involved, but I will leave that for you to decide. It sounds like it's in capable hands, so we should be good to go. I just wanted to make sure that we were going to address all these comments in a way that was kind of coherent. So, Carol?
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. I wanted to follow up on what Charlie was saying. We have people out there who all of a sudden will be driving 25 miles per hour and wondering why. And we need to bring them up to speed. We need to talk to them about safety. We need to talk to them about all the engineering things that we've tried, all the money it has cost us, and maybe we could just do it in the flame. Maybe it doesn't have to be specifically related to the project. We could do it in the flame, which is our utility newsletter, and just kind of bring them up to speed, Pon.
Mm-hmm. I agree, and I think that's probably something that staff will probably cover, because that is an initiative from your guys' side. So I guess if you do want further input on that, feel free to come back to the MMTC. But otherwise, I feel like that's probably the kind of thing that Porter or Neil could probably take on as well, right?
Yeah, we'll be doing a lot of different messaging when we roll out the 25 mile per hour speed limit. But if we're able to, based off the comments tonight, incorporate that into this marketing campaign and the slogan, we'll look at that as well to tie it in. So I think we've gotten a lot of great feedback tonight, and so I guess I would proceed with recommending we take this feedback back to our staff, our team working on this, that includes our transportation commissioners, and make some revisions of the survey before we send it out, and then we'll be bringing back the results and some campaign messages, I think, is the next step, all right, Dustin, on this, to the Multi-modal Transportation Commission. And we'll look to Dustin to try to get an answer on the schedule for that. Was that going to be in later this year? For the results of the survey and bringing the slogans back, or the proposed designs?
This is Dustin Smith with MSO. Yes, that's correct. We'll obviously, when we extend the survey to try and capture more students, we wouldn't have those results for like a September meeting, but we are going to bring back the results of the survey and then the more fleshed out campaign at a later date to the Multi-modal Transportation Commission again.
The Kuzmyak MMTC commissioner. So it sounds like maybe October at the earliest then, right?
Dustin Smith with MSO. Yes, that's correct.
Sounds good. Any final questions before we close this agenda item, or comments? Okay. In that case, thank you, Kathy, for stopping by and helping us answer those questions. Thank you, Dustin. And let's move on to item 2. Before we do that, I have a quick item, and staff stop me if this is not in the right order. I would propose that we actually put part G, the calendar, sooner in the agenda, because as you may have seen, there is no official items on the agenda for the September meeting. We're already an hour and a half in. We've only just finished our first item. What I'm kind of thinking is that 4 items may be a little bit ambitious for this particular meeting, and since number 4 is not super time sensitive, I think there's a chance that we may be able to shift that and others to the September meetings. But I think to do that, we need to talk about the schedule first. So would it be reasonable, I guess first I'm asking Dave, would it be reasonable to move calendar either right now or after the next agenda item?
Yeah, if the majority of the commission wants to adjust the agenda, fine with that. We do want to we do want to discuss item 4 tonight. I mean, we've put it on there to get some direction on it. So for the reasons of just moving that one to September, I would still encourage us to proceed with it tonight. If that's what you're asking, to just push that item.
Yeah, I guess I understood as I was going through it in my sort of homework, that a lot of it seemed to deal with future year plans, 2021 and beyond. And because of that, it may be go another month, but I suppose there are a couple of kind of new items that need to be taken into account, even for 2020, that do need to be approved. So yeah, because of that, maybe we'll just attack it as is and see if the discussion drags on too long, then we may have to chop it and then come back later, as we've kind of said we're going to do with this 5-year plan. So that could be an appropriate way to not run into people's bedtime too much. So I guess in that case, let's leave the schedule till after item 3, so we can kind of check in and see how we're doing. And if there is a need, I'll just make a motion, If it doesn't fly, it doesn't fly. So I move that we shift item G, calendar, in between items 3 and 4 of our regular agenda in order to better assess time for this meeting and schedule stuff for the next one if appropriate.
John Zippermeyer, Commissioner, I'll second that.
Thank you, John. Okay. Allie, would you please run down a quick roll call for us to say who is aye or nay?
Yeah. Allie Weems, MSO. Aaron?
Yes.
Lauren?
Aye.
Catherine?
Aye.
Charlie?
Aye.
Donna?
Aye.
And Carol?
Aye.
That passes.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Sorry for the abrupt change in plans, but after I started reading through these things and realized that this took an hour and a half, I did not expect item 1 to go quite this long. So I figured it's time to maybe adjust course while we still can. Okay, in that case, Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. Let's go to item number 2 to do the field check plans for both the north and south end of the Burris Creek extension of the Lawrence Loop. This is Jake, right?
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Jake Baldwin, Senior Project Engineer with Municipal Services and Operations. And I'm here to present the field check plans for our Lawrence Loop project. With that, I'm going to begin sharing screens. So what we're seeing is our title page for field check plans for the Lawrence Loop. Of course, everybody knows this consists of 2 separate segments. The first is on the south, and that's going to be 29th Street. And on the north is our segment from 11th Street to 9th Street. I wanted to zoom in here for a second to take a look at our typical sections, just so you're aware of what we're doing here is we're constructing a 10-foot wide shared use path for both of these segments. There is, however, a reduced typical section along Delaware Street for our north segment, and I will point that out as we get in that plan sheet. Okay, what we're looking at here is the west end of 29th Street segment. So if you can follow my cursor up here is kind of the terminus of the Haskell Rail Trail. We would cross and begin our project right here on the south side of 29th Street and proceed eastward. This first sheet, there's nothing terribly exciting except for a couple entrances to deal with. The grading is fairly minimal.
Hey, Jake.
However, yes.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. Could you please minimize the left and right panes if possible, just so we can get a little bit larger view of this thing? I don't know how much it'll help, but figured I'd ask. Thank you.
Sure, Jake Baldwin, MSO. Again, so as we get into this second sheet of our 29th Street plans, we come into some grading considerations where if you can see this bolder dark line there and there, that's going to represent a retaining wall on the back side of the shared use path. And anywhere we're going to have that retaining wall, we will also have a railing to prevent anybody from spilling, so to speak, off the back side of the trail. Another interesting feature here is the extension of the reinforced concrete box underneath 29th Street. Of course, is being extended to accommodate the widening of the trail as we approach the crossing of Haskell Lane, which, as you recall, will be a raised crossing for a previous discussion with the commission here. And before I jump to the next segment, I would like to entertain any questions on 29th Street if you have them.
Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. I did have a question. So I just heard you say that there's a retaining wall and there's going to be a handrail to prevent falls. Either I'm not good at reading sections and profiles, or that is not what is shown in the details. In the details, the handrail is along the street, and the retaining walls is no handrail at all. Was that supposed to happen?
Jake Baldwin, MSO. Excellent observation, Nick. So during our field check, these were the plans that were field checked with KDOT and the consultant, Bartlett West. And at that time, we did have a railing between the pavement and the path. And that's because per requirements, we're supposed to have a 5-foot clear zone between the edge of curb and the trail. However, we're in discussions with KDOT. We were able to include striping in the pavement 2 or 3 feet off the edge of curb to provide that 5-foot clearance that provides the separation between the vehicular traffic and the users of the trail. So if you follow my cursor here, this represents the railing that was originally in the plans, but per these revisions and discussions with KDOT, that railing is going to move to the back of the wall here.
Okay. So,
you're going to see some things in these plans that are not currently up to date because we're moving super fast. And I believe we had these plans in mid-July.
Okay, thanks. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. I guess then my other question is, that brought up a new thing. So you said that per KDOT, there needs to be a 5-foot buffer between the trail and the pavement. Is that new, or do we just not follow that on 23rd Street and 6th Street and everywhere else that there's a shared use path?
That I don't have a good answer to, Nick. I guess it might depend on if there's federal funds involved through KDOT.
Okay, interesting. Okay, so in that case, there's only going to be a railing on the wall edge, not on the street edge, because it's only like a 4-foot drop off to a very low traffic street. So I thought it was kind of interesting that there was no safety between the actual drop, but lots of safety with the no danger zone. So, okay, that's good to know. That's been already changed. Thanks.
Sure, Jake Baldwin, MSO. And those are the types of things that we discover when we actually walk the project with the plans. Those things become readily apparent. Does anybody else have any questions on these two sheets before we move on to 11th Street to 9th Street? Okay. With that, so to get our bearings straight here, this blank area up here is going to be the ball field of Hobbs Park. This gray line with the little circles is going to represent the fence at the back of the ball field. These two lines up here are going to be the existing right-of-way of 11th Street. So to begin our project here on the south, and of course the north arrow is over here, I should point that out to really get your bearings straight. But this would be the existing shared use path on 11th Street where we will begin the project. And we will follow closely along the existing alignment of the sidewalk that is currently there, which is what you see here cross-hatched in gray. So we'll be following the existing alignment rather closely. And you'll notice that our maximum grade is going to be 5% per ADA to meet those requirements. And that path will follow the existing alignment between the shelter here and the bathroom here as we go through the backside of Hobbs Park. And again, our orientation is still similar. Here's the bathroom and the existing trail we were just looking at. We proceed along the existing alignment. And then to make our approach to the skewed crossing at 10th Street, we cut across some new ground here. And again, our profile existing shows some more relief, but we're going to hold that 5% slope that we're required to hold. We cross 10th Street at that skewed crossing. I believe in our original field check plans, this was Pam Period did a 90-degree turn to Delaware, so we've improved upon that design. But as we do get to Delaware, we are on the back of the curb, and this is where we will have a railing between Delaware Street and the shared use path. Also, as we approach 934 Delaware, which is the address for this residence here, this historic property, and the two businesses of Jungle House and the Decade Coffee Shop, the trail will be reduced in width 2 feet to minimize impacts to those properties, as well as to provide some room for utility relocation. We continue on here, and this will be the north entrance to Allen Press. We're going to see this on the next sheet. Hand back over. Again, so to get your bearings straight, this will be Decade Coffee Shop here, and the north raised crossing to the Allen Press entrance. The project essentially ends right here at the existing 10-foot shared use path at Del 9 Lofts. However, for continuity of the project between 11th and 8th Street, we're going to come up here to 9th Street and construct another raised crossing. So from 11th to 9th, all our crossings will be raised and clearly marked as part of the trail. And I'm sure I've got some questions here on these sections, so please feel free to fire away.
Anybody? If not, I might go first. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. So there's raised crosswalks, it looks like, at every street and driveway crossing on the north segment of this project. On the south segment, it's only crossing Haskell Lane, but there are 2 driveways that don't have any raised crosswalks on them. Is that because of a difference in traffic count across those, or just lack of funds to do raised crosswalk everywhere? What was the impetus behind that?
The thought was definitely the traffic coming in and out of Allen Press. I mean, we have a lot of deliveries and large trucks coming in there. traffic utilizing the entrances on 29th Street, but I'm not sure it's quite comparable.
Okay, so I guess in that case, the traffic going into those two driveways along, 29th Street, is it basically so low that it's not really a concern that there needs to be a raised crosswalk?
I'd say yes, but that's anecdotal.
Okay. I guess the reason I'm just going back to that is the way that, I want to say Scott Zaremba was talking about it during the last time that we talked about this project. He made it sound like there's tons of trucks going on there, and there's a lot of traffic, and they might get lost, they might get frustrated if they have to go in a different direction. And that made it sound to me like this is a high traffic area. Every time I've gone down there, it's not, but I also usually go on the weekend, which is not when trucks tend to be doing stuff. So I guess I don't know how we can confirm that this is low enough traffic to be okay without having a crosswalk, or a raised crosswalk, but I guess it's probably a question of cost. These probably are significantly more expensive than just paint on the ground. So I guess I'd be curious from other commissioners so I feel like I'm pretty confident in biking, so a raised crosswalk doesn't really do anything for me. But for those who have a better perspective on, I guess, on the higher visibility street crossings, if you have any input, I'd love to hear it, but I'm kind of torn here. And if not, we can just leave it the way it is. I don't care. It's fine.
This is Commissioner Bryan. I think it would be nice to have some rule of thumb that we would follow. I've been out to that part of 29th, and I don't think the traffic is that intense. I think it is on the roadway, but not on the driveway. But it does make sense to think about, like, at what point is a raised crossing justified? And that does seem like, something that should be kind of up to our engineers to figure out. Because I think this is a good way to increase visibility of the crossing, especially on a trail that I hope everyone's going to want to use.
Hey, Kuzmyak, I'm MTC Commissioner. I can agree with that. I think in this case, I guess, this kind of reminds me of talking about street design standards, where it's good to have some kind of set standard that you can go into being, with an expectation of what to do for a given situation. But I think context sensitivity is important as well. And I know that for the Delaware and 11th Street portions of this, there's a lot more hills. There's a lot more blind corners, and it's pretty hard to see where you're going in a lot of the spots. The entrances aren't as clearly marked. Whereas down on 29th Street, it's pretty flat. There's not a lot of trees. There's a lot of visibility. And I think we could probably get away with not having raised crosswalks from a visibility concern, simply because you can see everything. And ideally, if people are driving trucks, then they have a really high vantage point as well, and they're not going very fast. So I would hope that it's probably good enough as it is, but yeah, I agree. It's the idea of raised crosswalks in general to demarcate, bike zones is a good thing to keep in mind going forward, at least. So.
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. I would just add that historically we've not done raised crosswalks on any private driveway entrances or approaches. We've just done them at public street crossings. But that is a good note to make as far as having criteria to evaluate those in the future. And I think these crossings here we've added based off of feedback that we received on this alignment. Doing this alignment here behind the borough, or not behind the Hobbs Park baseball field versus the other one that extended the Burrow Creek Trail north through the railroad, that we had to abandon that plan. But so good notes, though. We appreciate the feedback on that.
This is Jake Baldwin, MSO. I would just add too that when we're thinking of Delaware, that's a through street and a truck route. So we're going to see more of those big trucks trafficking on Delaware, whereas 29th is a dead end road. In addition, there's a warehouse on 29th Street. It's on the north side. So our trail avoids that conflict with all those semi trailers.
Right. Hey, Kuzmyak, I'm MTC Commissioner. I do agree with all this, honestly. I just wanted to bring it up from a point of, I guess, if anybody were to ask why we were to be doing raised crosswalks some places but not some other places, it'd be good to have justification. I think you guys have done that. So I I did have another quick question. As I was reading through the plans, there were two versions of the climb east of the baseball field. There was one with an 8% grade and one with a 5% grade, and they were slightly different alignments, basically how to get around that hill. Are we going with the 5% grade? Is the 8% not actually in the running?
Jake Baldwin, MSO. Yeah, that's correct. That was the original plans that we walked through the field check and identified that needed revision.
Yeah.
We needed to stick with 5%. So,
I mean, it's not bad to have a climb every once in a while if you're on an exercise trail, but I think around here it's not going to be just an exercise trail. So, yeah, that's good to have. Okay. Does anybody have any other questions before Jake continues on the sheets? Okay. Thank you.
Jake Baldwin, MSO. Nick and I didn't plan on scrolling through the remainder of the sheets. I thought it only prudent to look at our plan sheets right now, so the rest of it is going to be details that probably aren't even finalized at this point or very rough in general. I would just say that at this point in the project, we're looking at utility coordination and relocation as well as easement acquisition. I think everybody knows this is a very fast-paced project, so these are very important things that we're working on in hopes to have plans finalized by the end of this month. Let them, as soon as KDOT will allow us, and hopefully be looking at construction in October.
Nick Kuzmyak, MTC Commissioner. On that note, are there any utility relocations or conflicts that are going to cause a significant delay in the project, like having to relocate a transformer or a power pole or something?
Jake Baldwin, MSO. I think that corridor along Delaware will be the most impactful to the project. Westar has some poles, and I can point those out in front of the Decade. There's actually the sanitary. Here's the power pole. There's 3 of these in this few hundred feet stretch, and I believe Midco also has facilities on these utility poles. So it's kind of a scheduling to let Evergy, I should say, know where to relocate their poles. They get their new poles planted. They move over their facilities. Then ATT, Midco move over their facilities, and they can remove the existing poles. So those are probably the major concerns we've got right now is this stretch through here.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. Does anybody else have any questions on the general design, either north end, south end, concerns? Okay. If not, I believe we will be opening up to public comment. So I'll start with, is anybody in the room at City Hall?
Dave Cronin, City Engineer, there is not. We had one person sign up for public comment. That was Michael Ullman, who I believe is on.
Yep, I see. Michael, if you'd like to speak, you got 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks. Good evening. First, I want to compliment staff and Bartlett and West. I think this design shows a lot of creativity and innovation, and I encourage doing design that way. On the crossings of intersections or driveways, I would suggest that we have a default standard that any of these crossings be green pavement markings anytime. And then if there is some justification for higher volume or whatever, less visibility, that you then use the raised crossing. So if you see what I'm saying, that the sequence of design there. And I'd like to point out that there's a line item in this upcoming city budget for 150 locations in the city to do green pavement markings at intersections and major commercial driveways. So that's kind of becoming the default. At the stakeholders meeting on the 15th of July, we talked a little bit about green pavement on this project. And I would suggest that we do it here because we will be apparently doing it everywhere in the city, and we might as well get started. And I think that as far as the raised crossings go, that the stamped concrete, kind of like cobblestone feel, is not a good idea for bicyclists. it'd be better for there to be green pavement markings. And then finally, when we spoke with Westar, now Evergy, in 2014 about this project, they agreed to put their utilities underground. If you're aware, north from Decade Coffee north to 8th Street, Tony Krishnick had it all put underground. So it's underground there on Delaware Street now. And Evergy apparently was willing to put that underground. That would reduce a lot of conflicts and possibly provide more flexibility to have a trail that's wider than 8 feet. We possibly could go to 9 feet, maybe even 10 feet. So those are my 2 comments, and I appreciate your time. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Michael. Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. Jake, you could probably confirm for me. I think Michael mentioned the possibility of cobblestones or some kind of bricks on the raised crosswalk. I believe that's just a factor of the hatch that Bartlett OSU is, not what it'll actually be paved with. I'm assuming it would be just concrete.
Jake Paul, MSO, yes, it would be concrete. I would have to familiarize myself a little bit more of the detail to get into further discussion, though.
Yeah, I think the choice of brick hatch was maybe not great. I can talk to Neil about that. Anyway, I think now that it's back up with Commissioner, we need to make sure I got this action correct here. Basically give you a recommendation going forward, right? Provide feedback. Okay. So I turn it over to the rest of the commission. Does anybody else have any further feedback for the Lawrence Loop extensions? Is anybody excited to ride them? I am. Although, to be quite honest, the 29th Street one, it's probably fine on its own. It just looks better to have a real sidewalk. That's just my personal opinion. It's really pretty safe on its own. The Delaware Street part is a little bit gnarly, though. So I'm really glad to see this stuff go in. Well, if we don't have any further questions or comments, are you guys looking for anything in particular or just general feedback? Just that? Okay. Well, in that case, let's move on to, let's see. We are almost at 8 o'clock. Would anybody recommend a break? I can go either way. Seeing nothing in particular, may as well just keep forging on. All right, thanks, Jake. Although I think we actually have you on for the next one as well, right? So let's move on to item number 3, receive update on Naismith Drive.
Yes, Jake Baldwin again, Senior Project Engineer for MSO. And this discussion will kind of pour into the 4th item should we get there. So in March of this year, the city received a grant award of $326,000 for the Naismith Mobility Enhancement Project, which would construct a sidewalk on the east side of Naismith from 23rd Street in the south to 19th Street in the north. Recognizing that this is also a planned route on our bikeways priority network, staff has reviewed the possibility of widening this sidewalk to the shared use path where feasible. And some of the items that we considered in that review were right-of-way constraints, grading impacts, and private property constraints. Once those areas were determined where a shared use path might be feasible, staff also looked at a conceptual estimate for the added cost to do that work and came up with $40,000 to $50,000 to do that widening from a sidewalk to a shared use path where feasible. And with that, I'm going to start our screen share again so we can look at those exhibits. And it looks like we're all looking at the south half of that project, so to speak, north of 23rd Street, specifically between 22nd Street and halfway to 21st Street, between 21st and 21st Terrace and 21st Street, we could feasibly put in a shared use path. We do have some restraints here at the north and towards 21st Street. And then if we push forward to the north half of this project, you'll see we've got another blue section where a shared use path is feasible, both in terms of our geometric constraints and our right of way. And then in orange, you'll see a couple other sections where a shared use path would be feasible if we were able to acquire those easements. So looking ahead, staff is going to be negotiating the scope and fee with the consultant for engineering services, design engineering services this fall. And if the Multi-Modal Transportation Commission wants to proceed with widening this project to a shared use path where possible, we're going to, in providing that additional funding needed to do that work, staff is going to recommend in the next agenda item, which is to approve a revision to the 5-year plan. So in that 4th agenda item, we've got basically 2 plans for revision, and one would incorporate the cost necessary to make these improvements. And with that, that's kind of the end of my presentation there, Chair.
All right. Thank you, Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. Thank you, Jake, for the overview. First, I would like to just kind of thank everybody involved for being flexible with this project, for having ideas, for listening to the public. I believe this has been brought up quite a few times of the conflict over having just a sidewalk versus a shared use path, and especially for staff flexibility for not just taking it into mind, but actually drawing up a concept and doing a cost estimate. That's awesome. So I think this has been handled pretty well from all sides. The first thing I wanted to ask was, I guess when I first heard about the idea of extending the width to up to 10 feet if possible, I was imagining maybe a couple of particularly gnarly power poles here and there where you had to go down to 5 feet and then back up to 10 feet, and that everywhere where it could be 10 feet, it would be. It looks like instead it's much more of a consistent stretch of just 5 feet and then a very consistent stretch of 8 foot, 10 foot, stuff like that. So I guess it's really more of just a comment. I have a feeling that's probably easier for construction, for design, than to have it constantly going back and forth. I did have a question based on from 21st Street South to 21st Street Terrace. Wait, 21st Terrace? To make sure I'm getting these similarly named streets right. Okay. From 21st Street down to about halfway down, I did a little walk through Google Street View, and it honestly looks pretty buildable. It's not like houses are directly up on the street. It's flat. There's no power poles. I know there's a driveway, but it seems relatively buildable. So my question is, for those kind of sections that can't have any wider than a 5-foot sidewalk, it would be helpful to see why that's the case. Because to a layperson like myself, it looks pretty buildable to me, but I'm obviously not seeing something that you guys are. So it would be nice to kind of get an insight into what can't be done, just so we don't ask you unreasonable things in the future. Jake, I think you're muted. Sorry.
Pardon me, Jake Bolden, MSO. I've got Google Street View loaded up, looking at that very same spot that I think you mentioned you walked through.
Yeah.
And what I see is, if we're going to put in a shared use path, we have to have that 5-foot separation and then a 10-foot shared use path. And there's 2 residences here where our shared use path is going to get considerably into their drive. And that's not even considering grade implications of what that reconstructed drive would look like to the garage. So those are the reasons why I did not include that as feasible at this point.
Okay.
And part of that reasoning is we could put in a shared use path here. We would need that railing that separates Naismith from the shared use path. And at that point, we get expensive very quickly, to the point where I'm not sure that the project budget could sustain it or any additional funds. I'm talking hundreds of thousands of dollars to put in railing where it would be needed.
Thank you, Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. Thank you for bringing that up. So I got to be honest, this whole rail thing along shared use paths along roads is pretty new to me, and the last agenda item is the first time I'm hearing of it, and that's why I kind of brought up the question of, is this new? Is this KDOT? Why is it on no other shared use paths? Because all of a sudden it seems to be the kind of thing that could maybe make or break a segment of a project, which is unfortunate. So I guess it'd be nice to learn more about it.
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. Jake, you can probably add on. I know you've had discussions with KDOT on this, but we have not done it before for separation on shared use paths in Lawrence. It's a relatively new comment from Federal Highway Administration that they've had on federal aid transportation projects with shared use paths. And so there's examples in other communities, I think, that they've applied it to. Jake, is there anything I missed?
Jake Bolden, MSO. No, I think you spoke to it very clearly.
Okay. Thank you, Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. Does it have to be a handrail, or can it just be some kind of separation like bollards or stanchions or something cheaper?
Jake Bolden, MSO. There is a standard. I believe they have an ASTM. There's some sort of standard detail on what this railing needs to be composed of, how high it is, and what materials it can be made of.
Interesting. Okay. Having been to a lot of other countries where they do have bike paths right up against the road, there's a whole different, I mean, you can have planters, railings, walls, jersey barriers, bollards, concrete posts. I mean, there's a whole number of things that could be done. They seem to work, but people also drive slower over there. So I don't know. It's kind of hard to port here, but I'll be curious to see how this requirement is implemented and how it evolves as well. So thank you for explaining that. Carol? You're muted though.
Here. Carol Bowen, Commissioner. I'm looking at this and I don't use share use paths, but does it, for those of you who do, is it really beneficial to have different widths going like that? I mean, it's orange, it's blue, and then it turns to scarlet, and then it's back to orange. Is that really very useful?
This is
Charlie?
me to answer that, Dave Cronin.
Oh, yeah, whoever.
Okay, Dave Cronin, the engineer. It's not ideal to be shifting the width of the sidewalk from 10 to 5 to 10 to 5. We'd rather not do that, but we're trying to find a kind of compromise where we can get the width of a shared use path where we can, so that when we do a future capital improvement project on Naismith to reconstruct the street, we could complete the gaps in the segment, and we would rip out the 5-foot sidewalk and fill in the gap with a shared use path.
Shirley?
Commissioner Bryan, I was just going to comment on that. I mean, it's not ideal, but it's better than, I think it's better than the whole segment being a 5-foot sidewalk.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, ideal, you're on the street and you can easily maneuver. My concern about the railing is it does make it, I mean, if you needed to move from the shared use path to the street, you wouldn't be able to do it if there's a rail that blocks you. So I don't know. I mean, I can see the advantages of a rail for, like, when my kids are out riding, I'd feel a lot safer with the rail. But I'd probably feel safer on the road.
Hey, Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. So, Charlie, I'm going to piggyback a little bit on the idea of a rail and safety. I agree that it is really nice to be able to hop in between the road and the path. I kind of got really good at bike riding back when I lived in Philadelphia, and that was like an absolute requirement to be able to jump onto the curb, off the curb, because who knows when a bus is going to come or something. So it can be helpful, and I think that's why things like stanchions or bollards or posts or whatever we're calling them could make more sense, because at least then there's that freedom of movement. But if they're strong enough, they can stop cars. They're pretty expensive then. But then I think the idea with railings and safety, I think for pedestrians and people in wheelchairs especially, I think it can be pretty helpful to have railings as safety, to not be accidentally, falling into the street and stuff like that. But cyclists, on the other hand, when things get tight and you have handlebars sticking out a foot from either side of you, if you're not a very good rider, or if you're not going in a straight line, which is kind of what children do, then this could very easily get stuck in the uprights of the railings and go right in the side of the railing, and it hurts. So railings are one of those things, kind of like face masks in heavy industry. Like, they are meant to help you, but they're almost so in the way that they end up being almost most of safety hazards themselves. So I guess at this point, there's not really much we can do with KDOT's standards, but I would certainly question the wisdom of having a railing as the be-all, end-all in terms of, road user safety. So I don't know. And in terms of having a path go from small to wide again, I mean, I've been on bike paths all over the country that do that. Doesn't bother me. As long as they're not super crowded, like in Amsterdam or something, it's not really a problem. It's when they are crowded that it does need to be a constant width. And I think the same goes for roads, honestly. If you're talking about a highway, you wouldn't ever want it to go from 4 to 2 to 4 to 2. That's really annoying. But if you're talking about a rural road in Scotland where only the occasional van or car is going down there, they're generally single lane with turnoffs occasionally. And the same goes for mountain roads, where you just have a single lane in either direction with maybe a climbing lane every once in a while for a big truck. So changing road widths is not really that unorthodox. So I think changing path widths, especially because it's cheaper to build path than a road, I don't know. I feel like it could be considered, but I'm sure that would increase the projected budget of this amendment. So anyway, Carol?
I'm looking at it, and Naismith is really a pretty nice looking boulevard type of street. And I just think that ruins the look of it. I think it'd be better if it were just 5 foot all the way. If you're going to make changes later, do the whole thing at once.
Sorry. Oh, Aaron first.
I like this option.
Okay. Thank you, Kuzmyak. I'm a TC chair. I just want to make sure we're giving you guys what you need on this one. Doesn't actually say any action requested, so.
Yeah, Commissioner Kuzmyak, Dave Cronin, City Engineer. We are, the action would be in the next agenda item, number 4, to adjust our spending plan to do this, to spend the extra 40 or 50,000. So we'll discuss that as a option on the next agenda item.
Okay.
We did have Mr. Allman, I think, signed up for public comment on this. So I guess.
Yes.
And he could speak now or item 4 if he wishes. So there's no one else in the room, but I would entertain public comment.
As long as he speaks to item 3, though. We're not on 4 yet. Unless that's what you came to speak about, Michael.
Yeah, I want to speak about this item.
Okay.
Appreciate everybody's consideration of looking at different ways to accomplish this. I want to show you some images, and I prepared my comments considering using the rail of some sort, but only for short sections. So anyway, I'm going to share my screen with some images here, if I can find it. There we go. I'm going to take you on a little tour up Naismith. This is the 23rd. There's plenty of room in this section. It's a 14-foot wide space over to the edge of the sidewalk. The next section is pretty tricky. It's only 11 feet over to that property line where the fence is, and that's where we would think you would need some kind of a rail. There's also a section up by 20th Street, but I'll get there. Beyond that, there's these driveways that Mr. Cronin pointed out. These driveways are, first of all, they're quite deep. They're double wide. One of them is triple wide. If we use 15 feet, as Mr. Cronin pointed out, there's still 20 feet left. And this particular property has a carport and a garage to use. So it doesn't impinge on the parking too much. Same applies to this driveway. Then north of 22nd Street, it's wide open, basically 55 feet to work with. Another driveway there. This one is the shortest driveway. It's only 21 feet, but they have not only a double wide driveway, but they have a double car garage. Beyond there again, 11 feet. Staff could use an easement here. Actually, staff is proposing an easement so you could gain some more space there beside the property line. Up beyond there, it widens out. This is the area staff would propose an easement, but it widens out up to 90 feet, no driveways, continuing more 90 feet up to 20th Street. But at 20th Street north of there, this particular property is an area that you're going to need an easement for a sidewalk. The property line, so you might as well get easement to make it wider as a shared use path. And maybe you only want to go with 8 feet at this particular location. Then there's another couple driveways, and it could be a situation with more easement. You could fit another 8-foot SUP there. Beyond there, this is an area that it's not clear why an easement is needed here. There's 17 feet, but an easement would definitely be needed somewhere here because it's only 11 feet. So I'm just saying that if we look at this a little more detail, a little more thoroughly, I think that we could expand areas with at least an 8-foot SUP But I do appreciate Mr. Cronin saying that we could build it in parts right now, and then when we redesign and rebuild the whole street, we'll fill the gaps. So possibly we could make it more usable at this point, wider and safer for bicyclists, and then expand it later, as Mr. Cronin pointed out. So thank you once again for everybody's creativity and looking at all the options. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Michael. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. I think the idea of retrofitting this to a wider path has come up with a couple of comments. I'd be curious to hear from staff's point of view how possible that is, especially given the fact that sidewalk maintenance is a thing and it will have to happen at some point. So there will be opportunities to do something with the sidewalk. What are your thoughts on feasibility of eventually, expanding gaps? I guess closing gaps.
Dave Cronin, city engineer. Reconstruction of Naismith's currently in the 5-year capital improvement plan. I think it was 2024. So if it remains in the plan, then when we do reconstruct the street, whether it's that year or any other year, we would complete the bike network, put in the bike facility. So if we didn't do pieces now, we would do it all then, or we would try to incorporate everything we could do now into that reconstruction project, which I think a lot of it, for especially in those areas where you got a lot of right of way and a lot of room, I think it would be fairly easy to, preserve anything that we do now with a 10-foot shared use path for when we do reconstruct the street. So, does that answer your question?
Yeah. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner, that sounds pretty reasonable. What else was I going to say? Has the RFP yet been issued for design, or I'm assuming not, right? Because we just changed a couple of sidewalk widths, right?
Jake Baldwin, MSO. That is correct. We have not issued any advertisement for services yet.
Okay. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. Would it be reasonable to include in the RFP the idea that if the consultant can find some creative way to expand where possible without drastically impacting the construction cost of the project, that they're allowed to do so? Or could it even be like, hey, if you can put in some ad alternates and say, draw the base bid based on what we're showing you in this concept plan, but maybe give us an ad alternate for if you could expand the width in the places where we're currently showing 5 feet, like how much more would that cost? And maybe if you get a few bids and one comes in particularly low and says that we can do those and it still fits under the budget, maybe we could still get a couple of, further linear feet worth of wider path. So I don't know, just an idea. John?
Jake, I guess I have a question. At what point in the process do you start talking to the homeowners about their ability and willingness to provide an easement or take their driveways? One of the things I was concerned about is that short driveway that Michael pointed out. It's easy for us to say that, they can park in the garage. We don't know what they're using their garage for. He could have a wood shop or something like that in there. I don't know. Just at what point does that process happen?
Jake Baldwin, MSO, and Dave may want to speak to this too, but John, to me, the best first time to encounter the resident there would be at field check plans. We're roughly 30% along. We've got some lines on paperwork to say, hey, here's our concept. How does this impact you? What are we missing? And I think it's important to have something on paper for them to see.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission? Okay. Well, seeing none, thank you, Jake, for presenting this option. And again, I do appreciate your flexibility and taking into account comments that have come in. It is good to see that kind of compromises happening. With that, we're about 2+ hours in. Our next item is going to be G, trying to figure out the schedule. Is anybody interested in doing a a break? Are we good? Do you want to press on? Donna, I'm really bad at reading lips. I'm sorry. I don't know what that was. Press on. All right, schedule it is. Item G, 2020 calendar. Okay, so as you all can see from the calendar included in the agenda, September's looking pretty light. Basically, there's no pressing items coming from the staff that needs review, approval, anything really like that. So at this point, we're basically left with two options. Either we cancel the meeting entirely. Sorry, three options. We cancel the meeting entirely. Option two, we have some sort of study session on one of the many topics that we've kind of brought up over the past year or two, but don't have a regular meeting, so it's kind of a shorter one. Or option three, take up a couple of the more, I guess, serious agenda items that we've also talked about since the retreat, both this year and last year, to see if we can make some headway while there's kind of downtime with items that the city needs us to get input on. So this is kind of a discussion item. I personally am leaning towards adding a couple things on the agenda. It's not too much out of my week to do a couple of hours for this, and I think it would be a good use of our time to try to make some progress on, kind of long neglected items when we have the actual opportunity. But any thoughts? Donna?
And selfishly, I probably will be gone in September. We just had a new grandbaby, and because we're planning to do this mass testing at KU, there's no way I'm going to get out of here in August. So I'm going to try after school starts to go. So I mean, if you were going to propose that we move today's items to September, I would like to push through and finish today if we could.
I understand. And I think we will be able to do that. And per Dave's comment earlier, I think we're going to have to, at least for a portion of that item. So, but good to know. Charlie?
I think we should have a meeting, if nothing else, to have a study session. Lauren is actually still pretty new, and I don't mean to speak for you, Lauren, but I feel like we haven't had a lot of opportunity to just have dialogue. So I'd almost imagine we could benefit from maybe an extended study session where we could dig in on something and really try to have discussion, like less presentation. I know we had a pretty good retreat this year, and then COVID happened, and it just feels like we've lost any kind of coherence as to what it is we're trying to accomplish. What came to my mind was kind of this discussion about community engagement. How do we do that better? I think we haven't had any time to discuss maybe how that would look or what we might do. So that's a topic that's kind of always available for us to spend time on. The other one that I'd like to explore is how do we get to better understand the needs of people that use transit? And maybe that's a study session that involves the PTAC. I think it's the one piece of the puzzle that we kind of don't have fully on board with the multimodal concept of our commission. So those are the two that come to my mind. Like, we could have that discussion. Maybe that would be beneficial to us, to staff. Maybe it's longer than 1 hour. So that's my thoughts.
Excuse me, I'm MTC chair. I agree that an extended study session could be a good use of our time, because study sessions are where we can kind of get that discussion going, especially if it's a topic that we end up really kind of getting into. Yeah, there's the possibility we could just cancel the regular meeting and just have an extended study session with maybe multiple topics, or just one that we've not been able to get to. Regarding the idea with PTAC, do you think that could take the form of maybe a joint meeting, or at least inviting as many members of them that could show up if they're interested? I don't know the format of this.
Okay, this is Commissioner Bryan. Yeah, I was kind of thinking, like, how do we engage them? Because they've been doing the work. I know you're part of PTAC as well. But the meeting that I went to for PTAC earlier this year, it was a nice meeting to go to, and I kept thinking, well, how do I take more time to learn about PTAC and public transit, and that will help us as we do our multimodal thinking. Carol brought up a question earlier around aligning the pedestrian improvements with transit users. That makes a lot of sense. And I think that's, like, everyone's concerned about intersection safety. I'm sure PTAC has the same concern when they think about where to place transit stops. So there's we have a lot of similar interests, and we haven't really had a chance to dialogue together to even think about how we collaborate or how we coordinate with each other. So I'd be interested in that.
Yeah, I agree. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. I just kind of noticed, I should have earlier, that November and December are also pretty blank right now. The idea of meeting with PTAC members, either, a la carte or in the full commission, is certainly an appealing thing, so we can try to break down silos a little bit. But that brings up another thing that had been kind of weighing on me, and that is some kind of similar arrangement with the Planning Commission. Because after we did the Parking Standards Committee and basically turned in our recommendations to them, and they sort of, I don't know, I feel like glossed over a little bit. I think that it would be good to try to engage Planning Commission, because land use and transportation are really connected. And to ignore that it's really going to be hard to get the kind of projects done that we want to, because there will always be that disconnect between land use and planning. So I guess, Aaron, this is a question for you, but do you think that Planning Commission would have that kind of bandwidth to be with us in some capacity? And if not, September, maybe November or December?
Planning Commission? Yeah. Absolutely. I do like, or two kind of issues going on there, and one was that maybe they feel like it was outside of the scope. But the other might have been, I think that meetings are harder sometimes to have some of these discussions. But I think that would be a good meeting to have eventually, ideally.
Sorry, Aaron, you're breaking up a little bit. It sounds to me that you're saying that they probably would be amenable to it. We just need to maybe ask them. Hopefully that's where you're getting at, I think. If so, I guess, do you want to initiate that from, is she gone? Okay. Is that the kind of thing that one of us, Dave, either you or I, should reach out to Jeff Crick or whoever heads Planning Commission meetings now? Should we reach out to him and see if there's a way that we can schedule this?
Yeah, we can reach out to him. It'd be good to know if there's any specific topics or if it's just transportation in general. I don't know what their current workload is, at least for the remainder of the year, or their schedule. So it would take some communication with Jeff and maybe their chair to determine if they have the time and capacity. But yeah, and certainly September would be pretty quick to pull that off, put something together. I mean, they've got, we've got future meetings. A lot of the boards have meetings planned, so it could be possible in November or December.
Yeah, I agree. I think that would give them a chance to mobilize. So, yeah, in that case, maybe Aaron, if you want to talk to Commissioner Carpenter and see if he'd be interested in that for November, December.
It's Carter.
Carter, sorry.
Just switched. We just switched.
And then we need a topic.
Yes, that sounds good. We haven't had mid-month meetings since. I'm trying to think if we even had one in March. We haven't had mid-month meetings at all, and so I think that might be. I don't know what the plan is for resuming those, or if it's just when we can do in person. But so I can ask about that.
Okay. Yeah, I would highly recommend that you bring that up as maybe a commission item at your next planning commission, if it's not 2:30 in the morning at that point. And Dave, if you could talk to Jeff Craig about when we could do that and how, that would be great. I would suggest just throwing it out there as a topic would be a holistic view of parking. Charlie brought this up while we had our parking standards committee, that we're just looking at it from a kind of property owner standpoint, and that's not really good enough because parking encompasses a lot more. It's on-street parking, it's private, it's public. It determines how the right-of-way works. It determines how land parcels are laid out. It's a big deal, and it encompasses a lot, and it's kind of nebulous in terms of who has ownership over it in the public realm. So I would definitely throw that one out there as a major topic. But if anybody else has any ideas, both for the PTAC idea and Planning Commission, Carol. You are muted, unfortunately.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. I think we need to look at the street grid for the city and compare it to land use and see what is driving what and what we can actually handle. For example, the development that was supposed to go south of the traffic way in South Iowa. The traffic from that doesn't have many options for getting into the city. And the impact is rather interesting because the city is blocked off by square mile. Help me if I'm wrong, Dave. But if there's traffic coming from the south, it's going to come down Louisiana Street, and it's going to be a problem at our worst intersection at Checkers. It's stuff like that that you don't anticipate when you think, well, they're just going to do their thing over there, and it's going to be cool. So I think we need to look at the big picture. We need to look at the map. We need to look at the land use, and we need to look at our major streets and see what that all looks like together. So that's one of the ideas I had. The other one, I was thinking like Aaron was about that accident last week. And that was 7 pedestrians who lost 1 year. And I think one of them was at that same location on Clinton Parkway. We lost one by the LHS, of all things. A woman was walking home from night school, and a car was coming down the hill and hit her. And then there was one in Massachusetts in 23rd with a mom and 2 kids. I mean, it's just all over the place. I think we need to look at crash data, and I don't mean just vehicular crash data. We need to be looking at what's happening with bicyclists. We need to be looking what's happening with pedestrians and put it all together. We need to figure out how we're going to blend it, because that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to become multimodal. Whatever.
That's the one.
Yeah, right. So we need to look at a bigger picture. When we do an intersection, it's not just for cars. We have to get people across the street. And I harp on that a lot, I know. And you already know I'm thinking about 6th Street, but this time I could be talking about Clinton Parkway. That person could not get across Clinton Parkway. Pedestrians are getting locked into areas where it's safe, and those areas are getting smaller. My grandson went to Naismith Park over the weekend, and he was with his mom. He said, I do not want to go through the tunnel. Now, he's 12 years old, and he's very verbose. And he said, it's like walking in a sewer. And I thought, well, that's an apt description. And then I wondered, how does he know what it's like to walk in a sewer? He probably was at Haskell going through the storm sewers or something. But anyway, he said, why don't we put the cars underneath and put the pedestrians on top? Why must pedestrians walk in the sewers? The one by Pinckney School has always been a problem too. Pedestrians and cyclists, it's just something we need to do a better look at overall. When we design an intersection, it's not just for cars. Oh, okay, so I guess that's my long story.
Yeah. Hey, Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. Thank you all for the suggestions. I think I'm getting a good list of potential study session topics. I think here's the plan, and I think I'm going to make a motion on it. So I motion that we attempt to liaise with PTAC and have them join for a joint study session / meeting for a September meeting. Barring that, I will try to make the best sort of study session agenda I can given our time limits. to take the place of the September meeting. And I guess the third part of that the motion is I will direct staff and Commissioner Payton to engage with the Planning Commission to try to schedule something for November or December. So it's kind of a complicated motion, but hopefully it'll work. Any discussion? I guess any seconds, really.
Dave Cronin, city engineer. So we'll plan on having the meeting for sure the 14th, and it'll just be study session. And then Nick, we'll have to discuss what we can put together for the meeting. Absent, we'll pursue the PTAC opportunity, and if not, put something else together if we can.
Okay. Yes, I guess in that case, implied in that motion was that we are going to have a study session-based meeting on September 14th. Carol?
Should we just review our notes from the retreat to see if we left anything off?
I had trouble finding mine. I use a lot of different computers, and I don't know which one I took those notes on, unfortunately. So I'm kind of relying on others' advice, which is not a great thing for a chair to say. But I think a lot of them are already on this list of future study session topics and future regular meeting items. Things like distracted driving has come up a couple times. Star transition to lead, downtown master plan, parking. So I don't know how best to do this without having a long drawn out brainstorming session this particular meeting. I would say, all right, so at this point, do we need to at least agree that we're going to have a September meeting? I mean, can we just do a show of hands for that one, or do we need to do a full motion? Because
you don't need a motion.
All right, I got 4, 5, 6, okay, 7. That's a majority, so good enough. All right, so we are going to have a study session on September 14th. It will probably go longer than an hour because I feel like the discussion really seems to get going always around like 6:01. So it'll probably have to be longer than an hour. As to the topics, all right, I'll make a motion that our first choice of item on the schedule for September 14th would be to have PTAC in some capacity join us for a joint session. And if that doesn't work, then we will look at, sorry guys, we have community engagement, needs of transit users, street grid, multimodal crash data. That's a lot of stuff. I don't know how I can just choose one. I'm not a total autocrat, so scrap that motion, sorry. I'd welcome any other discussion for anybody who has not commented yet, please, to see if there's any of those picks that you would prefer over the others, because we can't do all 4. So let's choose 2. So just to remind everybody, it is community engagement, needs of transit users, street grid with regards to land use, and multimodal crash data. Just looking at these again, 2 of these are just us. The community engagement and crash data is just us, whereas needs of transit users, that actually would involve PTAC to be more effective, and street grid would involve planning commission to be more effective. So, all right, sorry I had to talk through that to really understand it, but in that case, I'll make a motion that if we can't get PTAC to join us for the September study session, let us discuss community engagement and how to do better, and multimodal crash data and how it can help us address safety gaps. See if it sticks. Charlie?
Commissioner Bryan, I think we could talk about transit with or without PTAC. It would be best if it was with PTAC. But it's really our question of, are we multimodal? Are we committed to being multimodal? And how do we get there? How do we become more familiar with transit users' needs? And, it would be great if PTAC was there, but it's on us to figure that out. So I think what I'm looking at is the interactive map for transit and trying to overlay it with the pedestrian and the bike improvement projects. And I can't put them all in the same map, but I'd like to look at that. And I think there's a lot of benefit to thinking about how do we coordinate those investments, if there's any opportunity to do that. And it feels like when we make decisions, they're really siloed. And, you know, this gets back to like, we could just spend some time together having discussions about how we want to approach our work so that we, you know, feel confident that we're making the right investments or recommending the right investments, considering everyone. So I would push that we have a transit or multimodal discussion, maybe community engagement's part of that as well, because it's clearly on us to decide how we're going to do that better. I mean, engaging transit users, for example, or engaging PTAC.
Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. Any other comments on suggested topics? Or does somebody want to make their own motion? You're allowed. All right. Well, here's what I think might be more helpful. I think we have 3 different people who have brought up, I think, 3 or so different people who have brought up potential ideas for the study session. I think they're all valid. I don't think we can get to them all. If it's okay with you guys, I'm going to try to get in touch with each of you individually, so we're not going to be running up into any COMA violations, and just kind of talk it out further and see what specifically you would like to address, and possibly get your volunteer help to prepare kind of a little bit of an introduction by way of a couple slides, just to kind of get us all on the same page and share what you know and lead off into a discussion, basically. So it's not just like, here's a sentence, what do you think about it? I think it would be more helpful if somebody could prepare a little bit of a discussion leader. So with that note, I don't think we really need to make a motion at this point. I think staff knows, we know that we're going to try to get PTAC, and if we can't, we have plenty of topics to discuss, and I will try to, behind the scenes, try to see how we can get that covered. So if everybody's okay with that, I mean, I'm okay with calling it there.
Dave Cronin, City Engineer. I would agree we don't need a motion to determine exactly what topic for the next meeting. I would say, thinking back to the retreat, community engagement was one of the topics that we talked about a lot, and so that would be a good one to at least start talking about in September. But if you, Nick, want to get feedback from folks, or if anyone else has items at any time to add to the future agenda items, please bring them up, and we can put them on the future agenda items, and then place them on the calendar as we keep moving along. So I know November and December are light as well, but we could work to fill that up here maybe by the September meeting.
Okay. Sounds good. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. All right, we are 2 hours, 40 minutes in. We have one more agenda item to go. I will take recommendations for whether you want to break or not, and after this, we're going into item 4. So any thoughts, comments, suggestions? All right, let's dive into the budget again. We got item 4, consider approving the 5-year plan with revisions potentially. So this is going to be Jake as well. The star of the show tonight.
Good evening again, Commission. Jake Baldwin, Senior Project Engineer with MSO. Last month, the MMTC approved the 5-year plan for non-motorized projects. However, we all know this plan does change frequently, and that's why we have this item here tonight. Specifically, staff is asking the MMTC to consider 2 items that would require revision to the 2021 year plan, 2021 year projects of the 5-year plan. And the third item is just to ask for feedback on the outlying year items. So with the first 2 items requiring revisions to the 5-year plan, Number one, staff is asking for $19,000 of 2021 funds to finish the design of the Lawrence Loop from North Iowa to Michigan. This was a TA project that we were awarded earlier this year. We were able to negotiate a fee for $186,000 with Trek Design Group, and plan on using the $167,000 of available 2020 funding for that design. So that leaves that $19,000 gap that we're hoping to account for in year 2021. In that same line of thought, in our 2021 year projects, we previously had $59,000 in contingency set aside, thinking ahead to the 3 large construction projects we had. So staff's recommendation that we use $19,000 of that $59,000 contingency to achieve this revision. I will share screens again. So if we can see the shared screen, you'll see the proposed 5-year plan that was approved, and this is entitled Revision A. So the only change we're going to see to this plan is the addition of this Lawrence Loop design fee of $19,000. And again, to follow up, we had $675,000 of funding available in this year, and we had $59,000. So if we subtract 19, we get to that 634 number. Roughly $40,000 in contingency is what that would show. And the second item that staff was going to ask for direction from the MMTC on is if there was a recommendation to widen Naismith sidewalk to shared use path, we would need to account for an additional $50,000 for that Naismith project. And let me grab it. Changing the plan to reflect that additional $50,000 is our revision B. So in revision B, we start off with adding our Lawrence Loop additional funding. So both of the revisions that staff is presenting tonight add in that $19,000 in 2021 for the loop design funding. Revision B is also going to add in this other blue line here for the Naismith additional funds for SUP, a $50,000 cost. That is going to affect the other projects in the plan. As you'll see, our 21st Street project that was scheduled for 2021, I bumped to 2022, which in turn bumps our Maple Lane and East 21st Street projects from 22 to 23, which in turn bump our West 9th Street design out of the plan. So $50,000 has been removed from the plan for West 9th Street. And as staff, I think has conveyed to the MMTC, our outlying year projects are always changing. So if what you see here moving around isn't to your liking, that can always be discussed and changed later. It's staff idea with our third item, of course, to discuss these outlying year projects. So we would take that feedback and any changes you might want to revision A or revision B, and if we have approval of revision A or revision B, that gives us our loop funding, possibly our Naismith funding, and then gives us some more direction onto our next year's version of the 5-year plan. I know that's kind of muddled up, so please ask any questions so that I can clarify. Thanks.
Thanks, Jake. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. First question I have is, these revision A and revision B, though they're presented together on this page that you're on, it looks kind of like they're actually separate technically, right? Should we maybe address them separately just to make the discussion kind of more efficient? Like first talk about Lawrence Loop, and then once we're okay with that one, because it doesn't really affect any of the, I mean, it affects the contingency, but it doesn't affect the pedestrian project. So I'm thinking maybe we should just discuss that on its own and then move into the rest to revision B on the pedestrian side. So, yeah.
Take hold of MSO. Certainly. So, again, essentially the only difference in between revision A and revision B is going to be that additional Naismith funding and what it does to the successive projects of the plan. I'm sorry, I'll jump back to revision A to discuss that first, because either of these plans that we're proposing will add that $19,000 into the Lawrence Loop to complete final design.
I guess I don't, I think I get that, but just to make sure, then would it be okay to, once we have discussion over this particular item, have a separate motion just to approve the $19,000 design fee and the reduced contingency?
Jake Baldwin, MSO. Yes, I believe that would be appropriate.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I think that should make our discussion a little bit less back and forth and circuitous. Okay, so Jake, I think there wasn't really anything else at this point other than detailed questions if we have them, right? So I think I'll leave it to commissioners first to ask any sort of technical clarifying questions that you may have. And then once we get that out of the way, we'll take it to public comment if there is any. Let me see if I can open you guys all up. Okay, I don't see any hands raised, so I am going to go to public comment. Dave or Ali or Dustin or whoever, has anybody signed up?
This is Dave Cronus, the engineer. We didn't have anyone sign up for item number 4.
Okay. Well, in that case, bring it back up to the commission. Okay, so let's talk about Lawrence Loop. Personally, I'm totally okay with this. I think it sounds fine. I mean, getting a lower contingency amount could be kind of risky, but in the grand scheme of things, I think it's good to take advantage of having this design done pretty quickly. So I have no problem with it. How do y'all feel about that change for revision A? Carol?
I forgot, why is the extra 19,000 needed? Didn't we already have a design?
Jake Baldwin, MSO. We didn't know the cost, the fee of our design services when we originally made this plan. We now know that number, and so it's that $19,000 above what funding was available in our 2020 year funds.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. I don't think $19,000 is worth quibbling over. I think we should just go ahead with it.
I would entertain a motion.
Let's see. I move that we approve $19,000 for the Lawrence Loop design.
This is Commissioner Bryan. I second the motion.
Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. Ali, can you please call roll for this one?
Absolutely. Ali Weems, MSO. Nick?
Aye.
John?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Lauren?
Aye.
Catherine?
Aye.
And Donna?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
It's aye for Charlie Bryan too.
Oh.
Or is that counted because I seconded it?
That counts, I believe.
I guess we just assumed that you wouldn't change your mind in the last 30 seconds, but you never know,
I
right?
think a second counts.
Thank you, Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. Thanks, everybody. All right, well, that was easy. Let's move on to the next one. This is significantly more complicated. I did a lot of looking back and forth between spreadsheets and charts and maps and everything to try to make sure I fully understood this. So let's see. I did have a couple questions, if that's all right with you guys first. All right, so we're talking about this P211 project, 21st Street from Tennessee to Louisiana Street. I got to be honest, there are so many pedestrian projects that I sometimes forget which ones are why and where they came from and what objective they serve. It seems like since this one goes right up to LHS, it might be safe routes to school, but it's not marked as that on the list of projects. So I guess question one, I'm kind of curious, where'd this come from? Did we put it on the 2021 slate like last year or the year before? And it's not very high on the list compared to other projects in the 5-year plan that aren't funded. So I'm kind of surprised that it's even on 2021 at all.
Jake Baldwin, MSO. Yeah, and we discussed this project briefly at last month's meeting. Okay. So this project scored highly on last year's version of the non-motorized project prioritization policy. It had one of the higher scores, and that's why it was originally selected. However, when we took into account our revisions that were approved last winter or fall, I'm sorry, I forget the date, that project dropped significantly in score. And so now, honestly, if we were going to populate this project list, that probably wouldn't be on there, with the exception that it ties in with our 21st Street Bicycle Boulevard project, as well as being right there by the high school.
Okay. So I guess in that case, I guess I would put forth the idea of, if the other things that we're pushing off and postponing probably scored higher than this particular project, would it be easier to just strike the project from this particular, I guess, roster, and then not have to scooch up every other project into a subsequent year? I know that the dollar amount for these projects is not the same, so I know it's not that simple, but I don't know. Does anybody else feel strongly one way or another about P211?
Nick, this is Dave Cronin, city engineer. If I could just jump in a sec. I guess I would start by getting consensus from the group that we want to add the additional funds for Naismith first. And then if that's the case, then we can kind of look down to see what we push, what we eliminate from the list. Or we can look at anything on any of these. But that's what I would recommend first.
Nick Kuzmyak, I'm MTC Commissioner. Thank you for setting me straight. I kind of skipped step 3 before going to step 2. Yes, let us first talk about Naismith. So, Carol.
Wasn't one contingent on the other? If we needed money to do this extra work on Naismith, we would have to cut out a certain project that we had already identified in the pedestrian projects.
Yep, and that's why I need to listen to Dave on this one, because this decision affects all the other ones. So first we need to see, are we going to allot that extra $50,000 to construction of the extra width along Naismith?
I want to know what we would be cutting over here, because we had identified something over here, meaning the pedestrian projects. What was it that we said we would delete from pedestrian projects to do this on Naismith?
Jake Baldwin, the MSO. The project that's eliminated from the 5-year plan is the design of West 9th Street sidewalk from Hilltop to Avalon.
Nick Kuzmyak, I'm MTC Commissioner. I'd like to chime in that after looking more in depth at that project, that is a doozy of a project. There's a really steep grade and maybe like 2 or 3 feet of sidewalk to work with before you hit that 10-foot retaining wall. So that's going to be probably a very expensive project for somewhere where there is already a bike lane on either side. Admittedly, not a great one, but a bike lane and a sidewalk on the south side. So this is kind of one of those things like Charlie was talking about last time with the sidewalk on Iowa Street, where, I mean, it is kind of dangerous to have to cross back and forth there, though there is a sidewalk. So it is going to have to be a discussion of if we're okay with that one. But before we get to that point, well, I don't know. I mean, it does factor into the discussion. I mean, if we're not okay with projects getting bumped, then we may not want to fund that extra dollars on Naismith. I think the only issue, though, is that the Naismith project is now. It's either we allocate the money now and get a wider sidewalk, or we have to wait 4 years to fill in the gaps later. So I think time is kind of the essence here. Charlie?
Commissioner Bryan, I think the real question in front of us is, are we going to fund the additional, the shared use path for Naismith?
Exactly.
And in terms of what gets bumped, deferred, those are in the out years. I don't know that we need to feel as if we're compelled to stick with that as we continue to explore what our best use of the funds is. I mean, the first deferral goes out to 2022. So we have some time, I think, to decide, does 21st Street need additional work? I think the point that you made earlier about the score being significantly different gives us reason maybe to reconsider that 21st Street project down the line. Tonight, I don't think we need to worry about that. We need to we need to decide if we're going to fund the additional investment on Naismith. So,
Hey, Kuzmyak, I'm a TC commissioner. I agree. It's basically a question of, are we willing to defer other things that could be changed easily in the next year or two to get this other thing right now? So, Lauren?
Lauren Freeman, Commissioner. I'm really supportive of the Naismith project. I feel like that's a really critical connection from, quite a lot of student housing to campus. And so I feel like that would be a really great project, especially for students, but honestly, any people who are trying to get from, that heavy commercial and kind of neighborhood, more south area to campus. So I'm really in favor of the project.
Okay, thanks. Any other comments on this particular decision before we start fishing for a motion? No? Okay. Oh, Carol, sorry. You're waving mostly off the screen, so I can't see it very well.
I'm still hung up on the different widths. I would rather have one width the whole length. I think it would look better. It would be more unified and attractive.
Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. Carol, I might push back on that a little bit. And I truly value your perspective as, somebody who is an active pedestrian. I guess option one, it stays 5 feet the whole way. And people who don't feel comfortable riding their bikes on the street are riding it on the sidewalk. Those kind of people aren't very good bike riders usually. So now you're fighting for sidewalk space with bike riders who aren't even confident enough to ride on a low traffic road. Option two, it's 10 feet at least in some places. So if you happen to be on that section of sidewalk while a biker's coming, there's a good chance they can go right around you just fine instead of having to go into the street. I can understand that the aesthetics aren't ideal, but I feel like in terms of safety for pedestrians, it might be good to allocate more space to cyclists somewhere. And I see cyclists riding on the sidewalks where there are very good bike lanes. So imagine where there are no bike lanes. I just don't have a lot of faith in the cyclists in our community as a cyclist myself. So a lot of the ones who are casual or desperate, I don't know if I'd really want to be on a sidewalk with them either. So anyway, just my 2 cents. Anyway, any more comments or motion? Is that John? Did you raise your hands?
Yeah, I'd make the motion that we fund the Naismith project for the $50,000 as proposed under revision B, and at this time, not replace it with anything.
Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. Just to clarify, not replace it, do you mean not bump another project off the end of the 2025 list? I just want to make sure I understand.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the early. I mean, that's 5 years away for that one, and we all know that these change 2 and 3 times a year. So, I don't necessarily think we've got to make a decision on which specific project we're bumping at this point.
Okay. I think we at least need to bump P211 because that is currently in 2021, and it won't be able to happen if we allocate the 50,000 to Naismith. But Jake, correct me if I'm wrong. Is that the case? That's something's got to give.
Jake Baldwin, MSO. Yes, some funding need to be made available in 2021 to accommodate the $50,000 spent on Naismith, and that P211 at West 21st Street is our only non-grant funded project in the year. So it kind of lifts itself up as the only viable candidate.
Okay, that's my fault. I misunderstood that.
No worries.
It's the motion that we do modify P211 to fund Naismith.
Okay. Do I have a second? Charlie?
I'll second the motion. This is Commissioner Bryan. I second the motion.
Okay.
Before we vote, can I jump in? Nick, Dave Cronin, City Engineer. We would appreciate having a 5-year plan that does meet our planned budget. I know things will change over time and cost estimates and projects. So we would appreciate to have a completed 5-year plan that is always, we can always bring back to make adjustments. So if you guys are all, if the commission is okay with our plan as recommended, we would bump the blue projects a year and then remove the 9th Street design from 2025. We could discuss bringing that back next year when we look at the 22 to 26 program. So that's what I would, that's what staff would recommend as far as having an approved 5-year plan, is that we, it would be revision B.
Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC. Yeah, so it sounds like basically the motion that we're fishing for, I guess the default one is really just approve revision B, and that would cover everything that is here. That would cover funding Naismith, bumping P211, bumping P62, bumping P63, and then P85 is off the list. But at least that sort of squares everything for the 5-year budget. And knowing that we are going to revisit this at some point, I, for one, would like to see maintenance back in here, having talked about it last month and now seeing it conspicuously absent. It'd be nice to get that back in. So I recognize that we are definitely going to revisit this at some point. It may even be in September. I don't know. So, or October perhaps as well. So I think, we have a chance to revise it. It sounds like for the most part, everybody is okay with kind of how it looks like right now. So John, do you want to revise your motion?
Sure, I'll go ahead.
Keep going back to.
We approve revision B as presented by staff.
This is Commissioner Bryan. I second the motion.
Allie,
can you take roll, please?
Yes. Allie Weems, MSO. Nick?
Aye.
John?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Lauren?
Aye.
Catherine?
Aye.
Charlie?
Aye.
Donna?
Aye.
And Carol?
No.
Okay.
So the motion passes 7-1.
Okay. Thank you, Kuzmyak, MMTC Commissioner. Carol, I just want to make sure for the record that your objection is basically based on the redesign of Naismith, right? Okay. Oh, you are on mute, though. Still on mute. Carol, you're on mute still, sorry. Okay.
When will we have an opportunity to discuss the criteria we use to select projects?
Last time we did that was last year, I believe, where we did the retooling of the scoring matrix, where I think we prioritized proximity to various points of interest. If I remember correctly, that was the main metric, I guess, that we changed. So, I mean, I think we can do it, every year or two? Was that sort of the projected plan, Dave?
Dave Cronin, city engineer, that we did revise it last year. It is your policy to revise. So if the majority of the Multimodal Transportation Commission wants to look at the scoring, we can do that. Just need some direction. We can put it on the calendar in the future. But our plan for now would be to bring the 5-year plan back in the spring when we next year to start talking about it again. So we would proceed with our 21 projects now, and then. So if this is still something, if that is looking at the scoring is a topic that the majority would like to do, we could discuss that later this year or early next year would be my recommendation. But.
Okay. Hey, Kuzmyak, MMTC chair. Oh, Charlie.
Commissioner Bryan, I think every time we've had this discussion, we end up just saying, well, let's look at the immediate short term, and then we kind of defer, like really digging into what is it we want to see done in the next 5 years. I think if we wait until the spring, we're gonna probably feel the same way. Like we're gonna be looking at, okay, what's the most immediate need? I think what we're discovering is the policy that we've continued to revise, it's not fully working for us. And there's just a lot of data to try to understand when you're making these decisions. And so, I don't know, I think we need to put it on one of those calendar items that's open for the rest of this year. Just maybe we get staff's input on where they think the policy is heading. How do we align it with transit needs? I don't know. And I looked at the map a little bit, and it looks like the numbers that are embedded in the GIS attribute tables don't correspond with the numbers that are on the spreadsheet. So I think it's hard for us to make these decisions when there's so much information that we need to kind of understand. And most of us aren't doing this full time, so we're kind of trying to put enough energy into it and time into it. But a lot of this is like you're looking at competing interests and how to feel like you made a justified decision. So I guess I'd like more time on how do we do that, and I'd prefer not to wait until the spring to revisit this. Maybe not the list of projects, maybe it's just the policy again this year.
Kuzmyak, MFTC chair. Oh, sorry, Carol.
My thinking is that a lot has changed since we last discussed our priorities. And while I'm a flaming liberal, I find myself zipping up my wallet and getting more concerned about safety issues and needs rather than wants. And I really would like us to look at our policy.
Okay. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC chair. I think those are both good points. I think those are two separate discussions. One of them is on the scoring itself. The other one is on the slate of projects. I don't know if we would necessarily want to do those in the same agenda or in the same meeting, because once we reach all the scoring, staff will have to reprocess those things based on the information that we give them, and then come back with a new roster of how the projects all rank. And then we can use that information to input into our 5-year schedule. So if it's okay with y'all, I'm thinking what we could do is, I know we already discussed schedule, sorry, no, it never ends. If we have time on October or November, Dave, I'll work with the offline to see if we can work scoring into it. And I guess I would just like to see with a quick show of hands, how many other people think that needs have changed enough that we need to revisit the scoring? I would say, yeah, seems reasonable to me. So, all right, that's enough. So I think in that case, and it might be good also, Lauren, for you, just to kind of see what the scoring is, how we got here in the first place, because it's pretty opaque if you don't see the kind of algorithm. So I think it would be good to go over that. So Dave, I'll talk with you. Let's try to get this on the October or November agenda, I think. And then from there, we'll try to pretty quickly turn it around the next month after that to use that new scoring, if it changes at all, to look at the projects themselves. So Charlie, Carol, are you okay with this kind of sequence of events? I think we can get that done before spring. I mean, November and December are wide open, so unless the Planning Commission actually wants to meet with us 2 months in a row, who knows, right? Likely we'll have time, so. Okay, well in that case, I don't think that really needs a motion. We'll just carry on. Sounds good. Any further comments before we move on from item 4? All right, seeing none, let us move on to staff items.
Dave Cronin, city engineer. No staff items to report tonight.
Okay. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC commissioner. That means we are on commission items. Does anybody have any kind of, sort of extraneous items that they'd like to bring up? Carol. You're on mute, unfortunately.
Screen, I get lost. At the last meeting, we did not use the survey results that we had in our packet. And I can see why. It's a lot of work to get into, and the staff tries to summarize and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not sure that we would have been able to get any generalizations out of the last survey that we did. But when our citizens take the time to give their input and write out notes on this, that, and the other thing, we need to make sure that we include it. And I don't know how to go about it. Maybe the staff can help us make sure that that gets done. we should not overlook the input. It's part of our consideration, and we should have, me included, we should have looked at that and tried to figure something out before we had our discussion on that agenda item, whatever it was. Having said that, I have a background in statistics. Numbers should not exist without a story. You don't just throw a number out there and said, well, the majority of the people think this. Like, and I'm making this up, a survey result might indicate strong support for a bike boulevard. But if most of the people who answered the survey were cyclists, of course they want a bike boulevard. But we only know about the cyclists who answered the survey. We have to realize that when we do these surveys, especially digitally, that we're getting a very select group. And that's not bad. We just need to understand what that group is trying to say to us. So the data summaries, the staff don't necessarily have to do them, I don't think. But we do need to look at the comments because they are rather interesting. And it helps us gain a perspective from each of those people on why they wrote what they did.
Hey, Kuzmyak, I'm MTC Commissioner. Carol, I'm glad you brought that up, and I wish I had thought about it in the last meeting because I actually did spend like an hour going through comments. Sometimes they're pretty funny. Sometimes they're very mean. Sometimes they're very informative. Sometimes totally useless. And it's nice to look through them because you do start to see trends after a while when you see words come up again and again. I'm not as good as a search engine at actually recalling what those words were here and there, but I did really notice that there was quite a few comments that really did support funding maintenance of existing bike lanes, which is interesting because I came into that particular meeting kind of guns blazing saying like, I want maintenance in the budget. So it was pretty, what's the word, vindicating to see that other citizens were interested in that as well. And I had been under the impression that it wasn't that important until I saw those comments and thought, okay, I'm not the only one who sees potholes in bike lanes. I also thought that, you see the usual comments of assuming all cyclists are elitists and no one really rides a bike. So you're always going to see that. And I mean, they're still useful. It still means that we haven't changed the conversation or done the mode shift, as it were. It's still useful to see that our work is far from done to be a multimodal city. But I also saw a couple of things about wayfinding signage that got brought up multiple times, that people like the idea of paths, but if you don't know where you're going, it kind of sucks to have to hold a phone and look at a map to not get lost in the Lawrence Loop. So wayfinding signage is really important, and I've never heard it mentioned, at least not that I can recall, in these meetings. So I do agree that the comments can be pretty useful. I think it's really mostly incumbent on us commissioners to read those. Sometimes the agenda packets are super long, but I do think that we should really try to kind of bite off at least what we can chew, and I think most of us can understand comments at least. I understand not everybody can read engineering drawings necessarily or a budget report. Some of those are really specialized, but I think comments are how normal people can relate to us. So I guess this is just a call to piggyback, Carol, on what you were saying. But I think it is important to read comments, and if we get another survey, it is incumbent on us to maximize the utility of those answers. So anyway, thanks for bringing that up. Any other commission items?
I have one. Mine is more of a question, and this is something that came up this week. In the Journal World, there was an article about the road that's going to be built from the youth sports complex over to the lower Clinton Dam. And the people who walk their dogs in the dog park or go to the off-leash park are very upset about it. But as a cyclist who uses that lower dam road all the time to get from the loop out to the county road so I can ride out in the country. I mean, if anyone ever goes along that road, especially on a weekend, you'll see cyclists using that road all day long. It's a narrow road. It doesn't have shoulders, but it works because there's not a whole lot of traffic. And so there's a concern that I have as a cyclist about it. And I'm sure, the people who use the dog park and the pedestrians there also have those concerns. And I guess my question is, when was that decision made? Sounds like it's a done deal. They've already got the grant from KDOT, and somebody made a decision without, getting public input, which is kind of what Carol is talking about here. So where did that happen, and why didn't that at least come in front of the Transportation Commission?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. Little bit of the background on that. With the KDOT study that's going on with interim improvements at K10, 27th Street and Walkeroo, so they looked at a back secondary access to the ball fields over there, YSC. And I think it may have been in the CIP as an unfunded item previously that Parks and Rec had put in to have a secondary access, mainly for emergencies to be able to get out. Because if there's a storm that comes through, there's only one way in, one way out, and it's a mess. So KDOT has a new cost share program that we applied for to get some funds to build that access road, and with that, Parks and Rec would be doing a separate project to have some buffer between the dog park and the access road, fencing and moving the parking lot. So there's some logistics that need to be worked out to make that happen. So it kind of came together quickly. Originally, it was just going to be an exit out, and I think as we started looking at the utilization of it, it made some sense to make it a two-way access road and then to build a shared use path along the side of it to connect the shared use path all the way over to the dog park. So that's the application that we put together for the funding. We still need to look at the details of the design work. There's a lot that needs to be done with not only KDOT, but also the Corps of Engineers who maintain, that's all of their ground out there. So that's a little bit of the history of it. So kind of came together quickly, but I know Parks and Rec has been looking for a way to have a secondary access road for a number of years to get out, to have another access out of that complex versus, the one there at K10. So
Dave, I understand that, but that lower dam road, which is, I think it's County Road 902 or something like that, is a very narrow road. And if you're spilling cars out onto that, there's a whole, I don't know where the cyclists are now supposed to go from the bike path to 458 without encountering a whole lot of other traffic, unless you're putting in a bike lane along there as well. Because right now there are no shoulders. And like I said, the only reason and it's very crowded with cyclists. If you went out and looked at the number of people who use that every day, but especially on weekends, I don't know what the plan is for dealing with that.
The cyclists that cross just south of K10?
No, the cyclists who go from the bike path or the loop. Yeah, we cross not Bob Billings, 23rd Street, Clinton Parkway, and then we go down south that lower dam road out to 458. And now you're talking about bringing car traffic out onto that road.
Okay, yeah, at the lower dam road, yeah, the connection. So
right.
that is accurate. So yeah, we would, this would be an opportunity for folks that are using the ball fields to be able to get out the other direction. Yep.
Right. And so I guess my question is, this is kind of yet another example of looking at something only from the automobile perspective and not from the perspective of other people who use that same road. Because I don't know, that road, we use it because it's safe and it's a good way to get, because there is no way to get from the shared use path out to 458 other than going through, I don't know. I was trying to figure it out. But the number of cyclists who use this road is very high. If you went and did a count any day on the weekend, you would see that. And now you're going to add a lot of traffic. And, you know, I already know that people coming from all different directions are going to know that there's another road through there, and that's going to become a cut through for a lot of other drivers, not just people at the ballpark. So I guess somebody just needs to look at that and address it. Charlie.
I'm just wondering, is this intended for public access, or is it, the way you described it, it was for city access? Like, is there any way to treat the road in a way that allows it to be used by the Parks and Rec Department, but not by the public?
I think it was designed, I think my understanding of what I read is that it's going to be open for the public. It's just another way to get that many more cars out in another direction. And I didn't see anything saying that it was going to be closed at other times.
Dave Cronin, city engineer. That is a possibility to have limited access. It's but we applied for the grant to have the road built wide enough to have two-way traffic. So we could always make a decision to close it off or not use it, but I think we were trying to improve safety for folks getting in and out of the youth sports complex. And so originally it was going to be an exit-only road, or there's kind of a aggregate path there today that was put in. But until we do something with the dog park parking lot, it hasn't been used. So what I guess I would say, I mean, I appreciate the comments, and I think we need to put in some thought on how we handle design the road, use the road, access, and consider bike ped traffic as well. So one of the considerations that we thought about with putting in the street would also be to put a shared use path connection alongside of it. So you could go from over there by the Arboretum and continue to go to the dog park, or to go to Eagle Bend straight along the road.
That doesn't address what I'm talking about.
I understand. But, so yeah, we need to have more conversations about it for sure.
So is that something that will come before this board, advisory board?
Dave Cronin, city engineer, yes, it will.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Kuzmyak, I'm MTC chair. Thank you, Catherine, for the comment. I had totally forgotten about that, but yeah, when I saw it in the paper, I immediately thought, why have I never heard this before? I'm looking at the map here, and there's pretty clearly some kind of road that goes from the Mutt Run over to the youth sports complex. So if, I guess, like, means of exit from either of those points is a concern, technically it's covered. You just have to open the road. I mean, it's gravel, but there is a way out of there from both sides. So, I mean, if that's what Parks and Rec was going for, it's covered. I don't know. Just my 2 cents. I don't know exactly what that looks like on the ground, but anyway. Any other commission items? Charlie.
So I'd just like to ask if maybe there's any way that staff can develop a interactive multimodal transportation map that's interactive. I feel like I'm fairly adept at GIS, not like, it's not my day job, but I've been able to construct a map that has the transit bus stops and routes, the bike projects, the ped projects. But I think this should be kind of a resource for us, and we shouldn't have to figure that out, is what I'm kind of getting to. And it needs to be something where we can, turn on and off different layers and change the colors if the colors aren't helping us. There's so many colors in the transit route. When I turn on bike projects, I can't tell if those are transit routes or if they're bike projects. so I can toggle back and forth. But anyway, it just feels like it would be a pretty easy thing for you guys to put together and could be really beneficial. Maybe even like the safe routes. Just thinking of all the different pieces. I haven't found a map that's been published by the city that puts all those layers together so that we could easily, or the public could easily kind of understand transportation. So as a start, I would say just those three things: the transit, bus stops and routes, bike projects, pedestrian projects. I'm sure there's some other things that we'll think about along the way. But
thank you, Charlie. Nick Kuzmyak, MMTC Chair. So I'm looking at the Lawrence GIS, and I can see that you can do existing bikeway, future bikeway, traffic counts, and what's the other one? Pavement condition index. Yeah, transit is not on there. I can see that is missing, but that seems like it'd be a fairly easy thing to do because, I mean,
yeah, I mean,
if there are Google Maps, they can be here.
I've just put one together using the layers that I can find, but I don't know that my layers are the right layers. So that's where I kind of go, why is my data not looking like what's on the table that we were given? So maybe I picked the wrong layer. It's always nice to have one that's vetted by the staff and kind of is officially, sanctioned for us to do our studying.
Dave, is this the kind of thing that Jessica Mortinger would be over, or is this your people, or who would maybe improve the maps?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. Our GIS staff can help out with that. I mean, there's a lot of stuff online, so sometimes it's just toggling or clicking on what you want to see. And I'm not as familiar with the online one as I am with the one on our intranet. That's a little different. So I can't speak to what all you can click on or off at the moment, but I would certainly be willing to work with our GIS folks and or Jessica to make sure we can get you what you want to see for sure. We all the data's in there. It's just kind of getting it all into different layers and onto a map so you can read it.
Yeah, I think the city's interactive map has a lot of layers. I don't think we need all those. It would really be a multimodal transportation map. I think the plan layers would make sense that Nick, you just mentioned, the bike plan, ped plan, but the projects are what we're most concerned with. And being able to see those would be great, along with other plans too. I'm sure if you give this to Jessica, she'd probably have something, she could probably conceive of something. And maybe even having it labeled, Lawrence multimodal system map.
We'll put something together.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. In that case, if y'all don't mind, I had a quick thing. I was going to bring it up for the bike ped planning, but I just wanted to reiterate the whole idea of having maintenance as a line item on the bike ped plan. And I know not everybody is on board with this, so I'm going to try to sort of explain myself to see if I can convince you guys as to why I think this is so important. So basically, the past few times this has come up, we've discussed budgeting maintenance into it. It wasn't on the CIP this time, but I think I'm going to try to get it back in the future, especially because you guys on staff already basically gave us a dollar amount after talking with Parks and Rec. So I certainly appreciate that you did the homework, talked to Derek and whoever else, to try to figure out, okay, what do you need to fund the maintenance on the projects that MMTC, approves and staff pursues. And I think it's just kind of, in the era of asset management, I mean, every city basically is doing some kind of asset management program. Like, what do we have? What's it worth? How much would it cost to replace? Can we ever replace it? And a lot of cities are finding out they do not have nearly the maintenance budgets that they need to actually maintain the stuff that they've voted to construct. So I feel like in the context of that, it seems like adding maintenance is kind of a no-brainer just on the face of it. I mean, with how MSO is kind of pursuing other assets. But I mean, in general, I would really strongly support it because, even at the expense of constructing new infrastructure, it's a little bit irresponsible to continue to build stuff that we have no plan to maintain. And it's not in our budget, so it doesn't really matter to us. It's like buying somebody else a Great Dane puppy, right? Like, wow, look at this amazing thing that we got you. And then they come back a couple months later, like, well, now it needs vaccinations. Also, it eats 50 pounds of food every month, and also it needs shots, and also it has, it's very expensive to maintain a couple of these things. And compared to roads, it's nothing. But I mean, there are bridges, there are striped lines, there's all that green paint, and it seems that it's a little bit short-sighted to not allocate appropriate funds to keep all these projects looking good. And I think it kind of would reflect on us if you start to see the Lawrence Loop deteriorate because Parks and Rec didn't have enough money to actually fix it. People might start saying, like, why do you keep approving projects if you're not going to be able to keep these going for more than 5 years until they fall apart? So I don't know. I would be curious to hear from some of you why you maybe wouldn't support putting maintenance in here, but this can also be a conversation for when this budget comes back to us in November or December. But just wanted to get that out there, especially as an engineer where our job is usually to build the stuff in the first place and it's other people's job to take care of it. Having to then talk to those maintenance people a couple years later can be a little bit embarrassing when they say, like, wait, man, this was really hard to maintain. You said at the time it was good enough. It's not our budget, It's one of those issues of having silos, basically. So anyway, I would encourage you to kind of rethink that position and maybe readdress it when it comes back up on November or December's agenda. Anybody else before we go finish this thing off? All right, well, in that case, I'd accept a motion to adjourn because we're on item H.
Catherine Schartz, Commissioner, I move that we adjourn.
Donna Hulteen, second.
Allie, can you call one last roll for us, please?
Allie Weems, MSO. Yes, I sure can. Nick?
Thanks.
Nick?
Oh, aye. Sorry.
John?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Lauren?
Aye.
Catherine?
Aye.
Charlie? Donna?
Aye.
And Carol.
Aye.
All right.
All right. Thank you all for your time. I know this is kind of a long meeting, but I really appreciate us getting the next agenda together as well. So thanks, everybody, and have a good rest of your week.
Night.